இல்லையா? இல்லை, ஒன்றும் ஆகலை. நான் ஃபோன் பண்ணால் எடுக்க முடியும். நான் ஃபோன் நான் ஹோஸ்ட் கொடுத்துட்டேன். மைக் ஆன் பண்ணி, ஆமாம், ஹோஸ்ட்டை கொடுத்தேன். தம்பின்னு சொல்லி நான் ஒரு ஹோஸ்ட் பண்ணேன். அவர் பார்த்து லைவில் போயிட்டு பாருங்க. நீங்கள் ஃபோன் பண்ணுங்க. அதுதான் நீங்கள் ஃபோன் பண்ணி நான் சொல்லிட்டேன். திரும்ப உங்களுக்கு நான் சொல்லிட்டு கொடுத்தா உங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் பண்ணுங்கள். நான் பண்ணாலும் சரி, நீங்கள் பண்ணாலும் சரி பண்ணுங்க. இப்போ ஸ்க்ரீன் இருக்கா? ஸ்க்ரீன் இருக்கா? இப்போ ஸ்க்ரீன் இருக்கா சார்? ஆமாம் ஆமாம். இப்போ அடுத்த பண்ண போகிறேன். இப்போ நான் பண்ண போகிறேன். அடுத்த ஷேர் ஸ்க்ரீன் பண்ண போகிறேன். பண்ணல. சரி. ஸ்டாப் பண்ணவா? ஓகே. கிளிக் பண்ணிட்டேன் சார். கிளிக் பண்ணிட்டேன். பாஸா? செக்யூரிட்டி பார்ட்டிசிபேட்டு ஷேர் இருக்கு, பாஸ் இருக்கு. அப்புறம் ஆமாம் 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 ஆமாம். இந்த மல்டி பார்ட்டிஷன் ஷேர் இருக்கு, அட்வான்ஸ் ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கு. ஆமாம் ஆமாம். ஷேர் கம்ப்யூட்டர் சவுண்ட் இருக்கு. கரெக்ட். ஷேர் இப்போ 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 ஷேர் கம்ப்யூட்டர் சவுண்டு போடணுமா? இல்லை இப்போ ஷேர் சவுண்ட் கொடுக்கணுமா? கம்ப்யூட்டர் சவுண்டு கொடுக்கணுமான்னு கேட்டேன். ஓகே 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 ஓகே. இப்போ நான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட்லேருந்து அந்த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வீடியோ இல்லை மீட் பண்ணேன்னா எனக்கு இது வீடியோ கேட்கல சார். ஓகே 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 ஓகே.
Patanjali College of Yoga
சார்.
யோகா அண்ட் ரிசர்ச் சென்டர் யோகா ஃபார் ஆல் சென்னையில் மேற்கு முகப்பேர், வில்லிவாக்கம், சோழிங்கநல்லூர், தாம்பரம் மற்றும் ஓசூர், பொள்ளாச்சி, நாகப்பட்டினம், நாகர்கோவில், உவரி போன்ற நகர்களில் வெற்றிகரமாக செயல்பட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கும் யோகா பயிற்சி மையம் தற்பொழுது திசையன்விளை மாநகரில் பிரம்மாண்டமாய் புதியதோர் கிளையை அமைத்துள்ளது. எங்களது யோகா ஃபார் ஆல் பயிற்சி மையத்தில் பள்ளி கல்லூரி மாணவர்களுக்கான யோகா பயிற்சி, ஞாபக சக்தியை வளர்க்கும் பயிற்சி, தேர்வு மற்றும் போட்டிகளுக்கான சிறப்பு பயிற்சி, SGFI கேம்ஸ், ரோப் யோகா, ஐஸ் யோகா, நீடில் யோகா, ரிதமெட்டிக் யோகா, அத்லெட்டிக் யோகா மற்றும் உலக சாதனைக்கான யோகா பயிற்சி, வில்வித்தை பயிற்சி, பள்ளி விளையாட்டு விழா மற்றும் ஆண்டு விழாவிற்கான மாஸ் யோகா பயிற்சி, தேசிய மற்றும் உலக யோகாசன பயிற்சிகள் மிக சிறந்த முறையில் நமது யோகா ஃபார் ஆல் சென்டரில் பயிற்றுவிக்கப்படுகிறது. பெரியவர்களுக்கான யோகா பயிற்சியில்
இருப்பாளருக்கும் தியானம், உடல் பருமனை குறைக்கும் பயிற்சி, பக்கவாதம் குணப்படுத்தும் பயிற்சி, நீரிழிவு நோய் குணப்படுத்தும் பயிற்சி அளிக்கப்படுகிறது. பள்ளி கல்லூரி மற்றும் தொழில் நிறுவனத்தில் உள்ள பணியாளர்களுக்கு சிறப்பு யோகா பயிற்சி அளிக்கப்படுகிறது. தினமும் காலை 5:30 மணி முதல் 7:30 மணி வரையிலும், மாலை 5:30 மணி முதல் 7:30 மணி வரைக்கும் யோகா வகுப்புகள் நடைபெறுகிறது. உடனடி வேலை வாய்ப்பு. 8 முதல் 10ஆம் வகுப்பு தேர்ச்சி பெற்றவர்களுக்கான யோகா, கராத்தே, குங்ஃபு, டேக்வாண்டோ, ஜிம் ஃபிட்னஸ், சிலம்பம் போன்ற அனைத்து படிப்பிற்கும் பள்ளி மற்றும் கல்லூரிகளில் யோகா ஆசிரியர் மற்றும் இதர சிறப்பு ஆசிரியர் பணிக்கு தமிழ்நாடு பிசிக்கல் எஜுகேஷன் அண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் யூனிவர்சிட்டி அங்கீகாரம் பெற்ற பதஞ்சலி காலேஜ் ஆஃப் யோகா அண்ட் ரிசர்ச் சென்டரில் டைரக்டர் ஆஃப் டிஸ்டன்ஸ் எஜுகேஷன் மூலமாக பயிற்சியும் நடைபெறுகிறது. தொடர்புக்கு பதஞ்சலி காலேஜ்
ஆஃப் யோகா அண்ட் ரிசர்ச் சென்டர் யோகா ஃபார் ஆல் 404 BMC மார்க்கெட் திசையன்விளை. செல் நம்பர் 9578528686 95785 23636. Email Patanjali College of Yoga @gmail.com. Website www.patanjalicollegeofyoga.com.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome my deep, warm welcome to all for this International Yoga Online Workshop 2020, Realizing Fear Elevated Immune System and Prana Planetary Consciousness, organized by Patanjali College of Yoga and Research Center, co-organized by FIST, Meenakshi Academy of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Now we will start our program with prayer song, where we all know yoga is a journey of self, through the self to the self. Yoga has spread harmony between man and the nature. So we'll be starting our Tamil Thai Varthu.
கிருமிகள் மற்றும் வைரஸ்களை போக்கி உங்கள் சர்மத்தை பாதுகாத்திடுங்கள்.
சேஞ்ச் கொண்டு வந்தீங்களா?
இல்ல மேடம். கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த செழியொழுகும் சீராரும் பதனமென திகழ்கடல கண்டமெனில் தெக்கணமும் அதிர்ச்சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாளும் தக்க சிறு திரை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் வழங்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனே தமிழனே உன் சீரிழமை பிறவியந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்ந்ததுமே வாழ்ந்ததுமே வாழ்ந்ததுமே.
Now we have our yoga demonstration by Mr. Vishnu Chakravarti, state, national and international player. Vishnu, can you unmute yourself?
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, it's audible.
Shall we start with it?
Yeah, we can start. So we are starting with the asana Padmasana. It's a perfect hand balancing posture, Padambakasana. Shirsasana. Yoga Dandasana. Yoga Danda Tikibasana. Ekapada Shasta Yoga Dandasana. Back bending advanced category, Shalabhasana, the advanced locust posture, Pincha Shalabhasana, Ganda Berundasana, Padma Mayurasana, the female peacock posture,
ஏமா அவங்களுக்கு 20 மாசம்னு சொன்னது என்னம்மா? Vishnu, you can perform the remaining 20 asanas. Continue yourself. Vishnu, you can perform 5 forward, 5 backward, 5 twisting asana, you can continue. 5 forward asana, 5 backward, 5 twisting. Continue. Yeah. What does that?
That was very perfect to have an extreme back bend with Dimbasana, Purna Dimbasana. Yoga means addition of energy, strength, and beauty to body and mind and soul. So today, our Vishnu Chakravarti is proving that he can able to do anything with our yoga. It is absolutely an advanced yogic posture, Dvipada Vamadeva Purna Laghu Vajrasan. advanced twisting posture, Parivrata Purna Uttita Kurmasana. As the sayings of our BKS Iyengar, yoga is a light which one it lights will never dim. The better your practice, the brighter your flame. So that shows how Chakravarti is practicing yoga every day in his life. That's awesome. Krishna, can I have few poses in standing?
No, அந்த பூர்ண விரிக்ஷாசன் மட்டும் பண்ணிப்பா. ஹேண்ட் பேலன்ஸ் பண்ணி.
Wow, that's nice with Trivikramasana. Purna Natarajasana. Ekapada Vamadeva Purna Natarajasana. Nirlamba Shirsan Natarajasana. Is watching a beautiful feast to our eyes where Vishnu is performing a complete advanced category asanas where always we have different categories with forward, backward bending, twisting. In twisting also we have spine twist category very particularly, hand balancing and single leg balancing asanas. So we are enjoying all the different varieties of asanas here performed by Vishnu Chakravarti.
So the last lesson you can perform.
Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you very much for your wonderful demo. That was really awesome. And wish you all a success future for you. Keep practicing and achieve more in life. Thank you. Now we'll be starting our workshops with a prayer. Shahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu Ma Vedvishavahai. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. So happy morning to everyone. Hope we are all very eager to make our day more special today. So we have our first guest, Vania Herves Cabrera, Agnima, Mexico, lawyer, yoga instructor, Ashram Shakti Ananda. Now I invite Ms. Ananya to have a great introduction for our first guest.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much first for the invitation. I feel very honored to be here from the other side of the world here in the Western. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure for me to be here today, meeting all of you, enjoying that beautiful presentation as well of the asanas, of this beautiful practice, that it's a magnificent tool, not only for me in my life, but as well for everyone. As you were mentioning, a tool for our body, for our mind, and for our souls, right? So now in these days, it says in the flyer, in the poster of these beautiful workshops of these congregations today, to elevate the immune system and the prana of our planetary consciousness, right? And how yoga has become not only a lifestyle, but it's a tool, part of what we have nowadays, more in this side of the world, to conquer these objectives in our lives, right? More now in India, where this is taking part. It's part of your culture, of your daily life, almost. In India, well, it's the capital of the mother of yoga, right? So for me, it's an honor that here in this part of the world, in Mexico, as Westerns, we find in yoga, for me as well, not only a lifestyle, but it connects myself perhaps from another lives, and I feel more as home, more in union, as the yoga word means, with myself. And this is why we are sharing this practice more and more here in this part of the world, right? As I say. And I really like to share now, this day, this with your beautiful morning and our beautiful night here, is that, well, basically in our culture in Mexico, we have an ancestral culture of yoga. The name is Kinam. I like to share this because for me is to share, to not to share, but to erase, to break all of these beliefs as well, sometimes mainly for us, the Westerns, that yoga it's only for some people, but no, it's for everyone. This is why I like to bring up this information, that back in the days, our ancestors as well, they used the yoga name as Kinam, which is a Nahuatl word of our ancestors, to bring back this harmony into their lives. You can see this in many sculptures as well, but that is another topic, very, very big. So when we want to speak, to talk about elevating our immune system, I want to mention how we as Mexicans, we following our traditions. There is a saying from our ancestors, from the grandfathers, from the grandmothers, that these illnesses from the lungs, from our breathing system, mainly are cold disease, as they are named. Either we have cold or hot diseases. But here nowadays, with all of this worldwide situation, with the pandemic, with the COVID, it's a cold sickness that we have, a cold illness. That it's perhaps sometimes a psychosomatic reaction of all of the emotions that are going on inside us. What are these emotions? Well, again, emotions of fear. And all of them are reflected in this area. As we know, Anahata right here in the center, the heart. And when it's not shining, the heart is not this beautiful green light, prana, emanating from us and how can I say it, harmonizing and nurturing all of our frequency, our vibration, then we are in fear. And what happens? That all of our frequency starts going down, right? And then we have our immune system starts decreasing as well. This is why I bring up this information, because these are no coincidences. We already have this information as humans in different cultures, in different ways, but all of them bringing us to the same point. Work with your inner fire, work with your inner self, work with this connection to the universal love that surrounds us, for us to be in this frequency that is in higher levels. This is proven already by scientific facts. So this is no gibberish only, or perhaps nonsense that someone in the other part of the world can be talking, right? We can already look for this information in internet and see how all of our vibration, our frequency raises, it gets higher, and this comes along when we start with our practice of yoga. As you already may know, because well, it's the yoga college I'm speaking to, all of you, the participants, that I am honored to be here with you today. We can elevate our frequency in yoga not only through asanas, but as well through breathing, because I want to make this statement that here with Westerns, it's already, yoga usually it's only known as the asanas, as the postures. We are trying to change this culture as well, and we already know that in the yoga, we also have pranayama. So in part of this conversation, what I would like to share is to remind ourselves these two beautiful techniques of pranayama that we have as tools for this, not only this worldwide situation, but for every perhaps daily basis situation that we can come along in our daily routines, depending on the lifestyle that you have. But always when we have yoga in our life, not only as a lifestyle, but as part of ourselves, as our life, then going along, it's very different, right? So let's talk about this refreshing breathing. Nowadays, we have to walk around with our masks. I was speaking with Swamini Shaktiananda the other day about what we could share about this situation. And well, now it's very, it's mandatory more here in Mexico to go walking around with our masks, right? So all the time we are covered. And how is this affecting to our prana? How is this affecting to being able to nurture ourselves through prana, through breathing? Well, it's limiting us in our daily routines. So we have to have another tool to do a pranayama exercise when we feel like, or when we are able to, in our daily routine, if we're outside and with our masks. So we were talking about and suggesting to use Sitali pranayama as the refreshing breathing, the refreshing pranayama, so we can use it when we are with our masks, right? So you have your mask on, but as you always know, I share the technique of Sitali Pranayama. It's making our tongue outside, like this. Here in Mexico, well, we call it as a taquito. It's like a taco, bend your tongue, like this, twist it, very good, there you go. And we inhale through our tongue. Exhale through our nose, both nostrils. Then our exhalation, it's Langanaswara, needs to be longer than our inhalation. So you can do this around for a minute or 5 minutes. I'm gonna twist a little bit my face so you can take a look how far I'm sticking my tongue out. So like this, you inhale, and cold, fresh air will come inside through your bent taquito tongue. Inhaling and exhaling through both of your nostrils. Langanaswara, remember, always exhale longer than you inhale. We want to refresh and to calm down with this type of pranayama. We want, if we are perhaps in the bus, now the end of summer is starting to get hotter and hotter the days. Well, here in the south of Mexico it is, so it is as well a good practice to improve practice Asitali Pranayama during our daily routine with our masks on. So remember, sticking your tongue out, inhale, and exhale both of your nostrils. You can do it for 1 minute less and 5 minutes, and we can have lots of benefits in our daily routines. And another breathing technique, pranayama technique, I'm sorry, that I would like to remind to all of us and to teach to others that are here learning as well as I am here too learning, all of us teachers and students in this beautiful journey, is this alternating breathing. We have Nadi Shodhana, alternating breathing. Either you can, the way that we use our hands, we put our mudra right here in the middle, both of our fingers in our third eye, stimulating this chakra right here. And the thumb will be in our in our right nostrils, and the other finger in our left nostrils. And we're gonna be alternating, inhaling through one nostril. You can start from your right, inhaling through the right, and then you switch, cover with your thumb that nostrils and exhale through the other one. Inhale once more through that same nostrils, which the one you exhale. You cover up your both nostrils and then you exhale through the other one. Inhale once more. Be aware that your posture, that your spine is stretched. I'm bending here a little bit so I can be closer for you to take a look into my fingers. So remember, inhaling through one nostril, then you cover both of them and exhale through the other one. Inhale through that nostril, cover and exhale through the other one. Nadi Shodhana. With this pranayama, we are stimulating our cardiac, our cardiac rhythm, our frequency. We are slowing it down. So this will lower our pressure levels in our body. As well, we are increasing and nurturing our breathing system. So we are strengthening our lungs with this breathing. So alternating breathing, remember, place both of your fingers, the index finger right here in the middle one, in the middle of your third eye, stimulating your pineal gland as well, and inhaling through one nostril, and then exhaling through the other one. Inhale through that one, and exhale. We're gonna continue for 1 more minute to feel the exercise, to get the benefits of the practice as well. So inhale, focus your mind in the sound of your inhalation through one nostril. Cover both of them and exhale through the other nostrils. Inhale through that nostrils, the one you exhale, cover both of them and exhale from the other one. Remember, alternating breathing, Nadi Shodhana. Calm your mind. This will harmonize as well all of your energies, all of the prana inside of you, moving along those chakras. The Sushumna Nadi, our main energy channel. Very good. 2 more to finish our cycles. And when you finish, you inhale through one nostril, you release your hand and exhale through both of our nostrils. And like this, take a moment to feel and enjoy. You can place your hands in front of your chest in Atmanjali Mudra. And let's feel all of this prana, all of this superior intelligence that we are part of, to nurture our system, to elevate our immune system. As we inhale, we can visualize this beautiful green emerald light going inside our noses, our nostrils, going down through our lungs, vibrating them and illuminating as well, enlightening our hearts in this green light. Calm down your mind and let the prana of the beginning of the day, of your morning, to have this powerful and nurturing flow inside yourself, elevating your immune system. And as all of us here together, we can, as well as we exhale, visualize how all of this energy, this green prana, elevates and raises our planetary consciousness. Sending all of this goodwill, all of these blessings, all of this health to everyone around in the world. As we congregate this morning and this night, this future and this past in this present, we inhale, bringing in this golden spiral down to us, and exhaling, sending all of these blessings and prana to the world. Inhale and exhale, and slowly open your eyes and let go of your mudra, Atmanjali. Open your eyes, take a big breath, inhaling through your belly, intercostal, all the way to your lungs. And exhale. It is not easy all the time to find perhaps this time, this moment. Sometimes we do it in our sadhana, in our personal practice. But not everyone as well is as fortunate as all of us we are. So let's as well do, when we do this practice, this pranayama, our meditations, our yoga, when we create this union within ourselves and with our cosmos, our universal energy, the universal love, we can as well send all of this energy, give it back to all of those whom might need it, all of those who are not in the same place, in the same position, as fortunate, as blessed as we are now, having the opportunity of being here together, thanks to the technology, and thank you to the organization of all of the members of the Patanjali College. I don't know how much is the time, sorry, excuse me. If you can tell me how are we going with the time.
Namaste, Mataji. How are you, ma'am?
Prem, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
All good?
We can proceed.
Thank you, K.RATNA, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ananya, ma'am. Now we start now.
We'd like to thank Agnima for giving us such a good workshop session. I think we came to know a lot about pranayama and how to be healthy. Thank you so much for your time, and it was indeed enlightening. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Anaya. Thank you, everyone present who are there. Remember that these are cycles, and everything it's continue. And as we are up, then we sometimes will be down. And this is our human experience. This is how we decide to come here to this planet, to this level. We are right here having this human experience. Always remember that we are having, yes, we are having the best tools, the best benefits from superior powers as well. You as a culture, all of you there, you have, and all of us, all of the cultures have it. But we know how yoga is, how powerful yoga is. You know, the energy of all of you people from India, your beautiful country, what it's in your heart, your inner fire. So all of you remember, keep lighting up. Let's keep lighting our inner fire and continuing, no matter if we are up or we are down. There will be a moment that we can be all of us enjoying. So let's bring this bliss to our lives, this Ananda. And thank you so much, Satchit Ananda SABAPATHY.
Really, yes, Agnima, it was really a wonderful speech explained by you, and it is through gratitude for the present moment that the spiritual dimension of our life opens up. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day.
Now I invite Shabarna to invite our next beautiful lightning soul guest, Dr. R. Ilangovan sir, Professor and Head.
இல்ல கொஞ்சம் வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க சார் நான் உங்களை ஜாயின் பண்ணுறேன்.
Only.
One second, ma. Sabarna. Mute yourself, ma. Now continue.
Now I invite Shabana to have a great introduction about our lightning food, our guest.
We all have gathered here for the International Yoga Online Workshop 2020. On behalf of Patanjali College of Yoga and Research Center, I'm here to shower some words. India is a cradle of human race, the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, and the great grandmother of tradition. From the most valuable and the artistic place, I invite Dr. R. Ilangovan from India, Professor and Head Faculty of Yoga Sciences and Therapy, Meenakshi Academy of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. A man of simplicity, a man of achievement, a man who attained greater heights. He has more than 37 years of teaching experience in schools, colleges, and universities. He was appointed officially in the history of Tamil Nadu Government Universities and Magar Deemed University of Tamil Nadu. He is a member of the Assessment of Yoga Certification Board, Ministry of Ayush in New Delhi. He has spreaded his magical words as more than 100 times as a guest speech and a special address as a resource person and chairperson. He has produced 40 PhDs and guided more than 130 MPhil awards and 290 PG holders. Presented more than 200 papers in a number of nation and international conferences, including co-authorship. Published more than 300 articles in magazine and scientific journals. More than 45 programs in all Indian radio and television channels. Last but not least, he honored with the Best Teacher Award and Lifetime Achievement Award twice, and won many more international awards in Lions Club International. Thank you, sir.
Mute yourself, sir.
Sir, muted. Sir, can you?
Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Sir, can you view the screen, sir? PPT. We'll start, sir.
So good morning to one and all. First of all, I express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for having given this opportunity. We have to extend our thanks to all the participants, even though it is one of the holiest days. You are spending required time for this program. See, as yogis and yoginis, service is prime important than other programs. Attending workshops also will help you to serve the society in a different manner. As you know very well, no one has expected this kind of lockdown due to COVID-19 pandemic. It is unexpected, unfortunate. Many of the pupils, they are not afraid of or not they are fearing of the COVID-19 pandemic, that is coronaviruses, because stress is that much vulnerable, dangerous than coronaviruses. Yoga experts and scientists and medical experts, they agree that stress is the major problem for all kind of these difficult times. Even in educational sector, we couldn't see our students and scholars. It is stress for us. For the students and scholars also, it is stress because they couldn't see us and discuss. அப்படியெல்லாம் இல்லைங்கிறீங்களா? So stress is a focal point at this difficult situation. So I felt that it is much relevant topic to all, not only Indians, but for the whole world. The stress is what we call, it is a tension. It can be a strain and pressure. That is, it is a mental or emotional exhaustion at large. We can't omit physical also, physiological also. It is a worry caused by the problems in life. We are having full of problems. The life is full of problems. No one can get rid of that. They ought to face. So problems may be health, finance, interpersonal relationships, or emotional. Often we have to come across among these four problems. Stress is also a pressure that can damage or make the physique lose its shape. It is an inability to cope with a certain tense event or situation. We can't be in a position to face that problem. It won't be righteous. It won't be fruitful. It will end with danger. That was Hans. It is a major quotation. Shelley, stress is a non-specific body responses to any unfavorable effect. Any unfavorable effect. Any kind of effect. Any kind of problems. Any kind of sufferings. Any kind of difficulties. Any kind of sorrows might be. And another important definition regarding stress is, it is a state in which the natural equilibrium of the body is disturbed. We in yoga, we used to give much importance to Panchabhutas, koshas, doshas. Panchabhutas, you know, earth, water, fire, air, space. If there is any imbalance among these five Panchabhutas, we will have problem. The five elements should be in proper balanced state. The same thing for koshas also. Annamaya kosha, pranamaya kosha, manomaya kosha, vijnanamaya kosha, anandamaya kosha. The previous slide. And also the doshas. As you know very well, vata, pitta, kapha. If there is any imbalances, then we will have problem. There we are having so many remedies. For example, if the doshas are to be in a balanced state, our Bhastrika Pranayam will help. The same thing, lemon also will help to get into that balance. So at the outset, what do you mean by stress? According to yogic literature, stress is imbalance, not in equanimity. And at the outset, but you have to keep it in your mind that stress can be constructive or destructive. Okay? For example, it give good result as well as maybe destructive. But you ought to know, and there are certain words: anxiety, stress, depression. So depression is the higher aspects. So if we have positive anxiety, it will be good. Certain extent, if the stress is good for constructive purposes, but as far as depression is concerned, it is wholly destructive. That you ought to understand. Next. So stress is the result of a relationship between the person and the environment. You know very well, all our sufferings, problems are because of 25% of genetic factor and 75% environmental factor. Our environment should be perfect. Mainly, the important role played in environment is the harmful states are pollution, stress, junk food, and smoking. These four areas are very dangerous for us. We won't have enough environmental happiness if we have these four. These four are becoming more dominant. Papu. So it leads, is it audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It leads to lifestyle diseases in particular, because if we have prolonged stress, mainly our heart will be affected, we will have obesity, and we have to prone to diabetics. It leads to loss of brain volume also. For your kind information, stress is responsible for as many as 80% of all illnesses today. According to yogic literature, there are 4,448 diseases are there. According to World Health Organization, there are 52,000 problems are there. According to American Health Association, there are 7,000 diseases are there. Out of that, in India particularly, 7 crore people are affected by the diseases which couldn't be identified. Which disease that is? So at the outset, globally, 86% suffer from stress. one day or other or one form or other. And India, the average is 89%. So, as you know very well, Patanjali, without Patanjali, we can't imagine yogic concepts. Patanjali in Yoga Sutras uses the term klesha, which aptly, directly or indirectly, describes stress. So, we ought to avoid kleshas as per the terms of Patanjali. Next. For your scientific information, stress cuts off the oxygen supply to the brain because there is no, you know very well, there is no storage in the brain to store blood. If the blood goes to the brain, then it has to come down. So that much vulnerable that place is. So if we have stress, there won't be oxygen supply to the brain. For your kind information, there are three major human systems involved in stress. As you know very well, there are 9 systems. One is immunity system. It is very popular nowadays. All bothering about that system. Even today's newspaper in Pakistan, 11% of the people are having natural immunity system. They are telling. Only 11%. So others, at any time, they can be affected by coronaviruses. Second one is nervous system. Third one is endocrine system. These 3 systems are much related to stress. Why we are giving that much importance? Stress is common problem for all kind of 80% of the diseases. That's why we are giving that much importance to stress. Now you can imagine and you can find out, you can analyze here among the 3 systems, which is more important? Is it immunity or nervous system or endocrine system? I could guess that you are telling yourself that is endocrine system. That is correct. All based on endocrine system only. If endocrine system is not in a balanced state, immunity power will be affected, nervous system will be affected. Suppose, if you know very well, endocrine system, cortisol hormone is much related to stress. Suppose if cortisol secretion is high, our sympathetic nervous system will be activating more and parasympathetic system will activate less. Then there will be a problem. Like that, if the secretion of cortisol is high, it will suppress immunity power. So that much important, that endocrine system. For your kind information, I can assure you that yogic practices are the #1 natural system available related to endocrine system. So we are very fortunate that we are in the field of yoga. We are very fortunate that we are in India. As the Indians, they formulated and framed these kind of yogic practices. And another one point I want to tell you, when stressed, mood elevating hormones get depleted, driven towards tamasic food, that is junk food items, to restore mood. In turn, it leads to, though having good feelings, it will create a feeling of guilty that gives again the stress more. Now you can understand the points I mentioned here. For your kind information, there are so many mood elevating hormones in the brain. For example, dopamine, serotonin, melatonin, yes, acetylcholine, oxytocin, GABA. So these are all the mood elevating hormones. They will be affected if you have stress. So in order to restore that concept of mood elevating hormones, there are two ways we have to decide to restore. It is our duty, our right to decide whether we can go yogic practices and sattvic diet or some of the bad qualities, particularly tamasic food, smoking, and some other ganja and other things. We have to decide. Cigarette also is good. It will elevate mood elevating hormones, but they have side effects when you do yogic practices. So if you take tamasic food, your stress will be controlled, but at the same time, your side effects will be more. So if you go for positively, then our life will be good. There we have to decide. And we know very well, cigarette smoking is bad, and taking unwanted drugs are bad, we know. Tamasic food items are bad, red meat is bad, fried items are bad, we know. But unknowingly, we are taking to balance our stress concept. That feeling also, because knowingly we are doing wrong things. So that feeling affects us more and gives more stress. That you have to understand. And you should not go for the items giving side effects. So our request is to go for yogic practices and sattvic diet. And you know very well there are two types of stresses, psychological and physiological. Psychologically speaking, in a yogic way we can get information just behind our ears. There are 22 centers in astral body. All information we are getting, and we are keeping it in that mid brain, and we are assessing. So if we have any number of lot of negative information, then our system will be, psychological system will be affected. And if we take all unwanted environmental factors, we will be affected by physiological change. So for your kind information, scientifically speaking, faulty genes are much related to stress. See, you know very well, there are around 30,000 genes are in our each and every cell of our body. Among that, these CRF1, PARK1, MACP2, FAAH, SIRT1, GATA1, these are all the genes related to stress. If the genes are impure, we will have stress. If the genes are pure, we won't be affected by stress. If the genes are to be in a proper condition, we have to rely on yogic practices and sattvic diet. We come across so many research findings that a week of meditation, a week of taking sattvic diet definitely correct the faulty genes. That research findings we gave. So if the genes are faulty, what will happen? Ghrelin, there is a hormone in the brain, will be secreted more. If it is secreted more, there are 4 important hormones secreted in our adrenal gland in the stomach, adrenocorticotropin, adrenaline, noradrenaline, and cortisol. These hormones will secrete more. If these hormones are being secreted more, our blood vessels will be shrinked, blood flow will be affected, so there won't be much flow to our brain. So every activity in our day-to-day life will be affected. In turn, what will happen in the brain again? There is a hormone called prolactin that will over-segregate, so that the neuropeptide, the chemical in the brain, is produced less, so that we are having all kind of problems. In order to avoid these stress problems, when you take sattvic diet, when you do yogic practices, the hormone secreted in the adrenal gland will be perfected. The hormones in the brain will be perfected. Our genes will be perfected. Our life will be perfected. That is the concept. Next. So some of the photos that I will show you here, you can read. The main important cause of stress is the telomere. Telomere you can see at the left side. See, for your kind information, this is chromosome. Chromosome is connected by telomeres, that is in the genes. The genes and the chromosomes are connected by these wall-like, rope-like material that is called telomere. So when the telomere is lengthened, our life will be good. Suppose if the telomere on your right side, the shorter the telomeres, the faster the cells age. So cells will be affected. When the cells are affected, even though if you are chronologically you are young, but you will look like an old person, aged person. So we should not allow shortening of the telomere length. For that, yogic practices, particularly meditation, is #1 remedy according to Dr. Ornish. And sattvic diet also will help you to keep and sustain or maintain the length of the telomere, so that our life will be good. Next. There are other causes also. Next. Previous slide. So these are all some of the major causes you know very well. And this is scientifically I am telling, and you can include the other causes, what we regularly use, panchakoshas, doshas, panchabhutas, and the energy level in nadis and chakras. They will also play a mighty role. Irregular, and these are all the practices. Very particularly, I want to tell you, when your endocrine system is affected by stress, why it is being affected? There are two chemicals, athletes and bisphenol A. These two chemicals that spoil our entire life if we have stress, or if you take more plastic materials, and if we take tamasic food items. There are two chemicals, athletes and bisphenol A, will be created in our body, that in turn it will affect our life. Very particularly, we will become impotent or infertile. So that much problems that we are having. Next. Now you can understand. Suppose if you are stressed, in the brain there are two matters important. One is gray matter and one is white matter. Gray matter for cognition and white matter for communication. This is white matter, and at top, that is gray matter. So if there is any impurity in the white matter, if the quality of the white matter is not that much strong, the form and pressure of that white matter is not in a perfect condition, definitely our life will be affected by stress. That is the concept that we have to understand. Next. And here also, lack of balanced secretion of the mood elevating hormones, such as already I told you what are all the mood elevating hormones: dopamine, serotonin, melatonin. If the secretions are affected, when they will be affected? If the blood flow is not that much good to the brain, having enough oxygen and good nutrients, then our mood elevating hormones will be affected, so that we have to be in a position of stress. They are the responsible hormones related to stress. Next. Now another one concept is, you can see the medial prefrontal cortex, the front part of our brain. If it is impure, if it is not in good condition, and also there is a part here that is caudate nucleus, the white part at the center, that also, these two important areas in the brain will be affected by stress, or if that parts are impure, then we will be under stress. Next. And another concepts, the parts of the brain such as striatum, anterior cingulate cortex, this is striatum, and that reddish part is anterior cingulate cortex. Anterior cingulate cortex is related to all kind of pains in the body and mind. These two will be affected if we have more stress. Next. And also orbitofrontal cortex is susceptible to stress. This is the lower part of the brain, you can see, orbitofrontal cortex. So if it is impure, then you will be affected. You can easily find out, you may know some of the children are autistic children, autism. This orbitofrontal cortex is not in good shape, good functioning. That kind of children will be affected. They will have autism. So that part also plays a major role. Next. Now you can see this is you can see anterior cingulate cortex, the bluish color, and also the amygdala, that light color, that will be like beans. And these amygdala and these all kind of other systems affected during the childhood. So stress among the children. So we should not develop our children to know the negative concepts of poverty, child abuse, like that and all. We should not allow them to get into that, their life. If they are very much affected in earlier stage, definitely at later stage, their learning, memory and emotions will be affected. Next. And another one important area in the brain is hippocampus. You know very well there are two important concepts, hypothalamus and hippocampus. Hypothalamus is more physiological. Hippocampus is more psychological. So hippocampus is very much needed for learning and memory. That is psychological aspects. So if the hippocampus is affected means our learning and memory will be affected. So when we are under stress, hippocampus will be affected so that our learning and memory will be affected. So in order to avoid that, we have to go for yogic practices and the sattvic diet. Next. So these are all the symptoms of stress. Whether we are affected by stress, we can find out some physiological and psychological symptoms. What we call in yogic concept, KM. Aches, pains, loss of appetite, feeling of sickness, constipation, boredom, irritability, smoking. We will, if we have more smoking habit, we can easily find out that we are not in a proper shape physically. Alcoholic persons, they used to prone more to stress. Easily we can find out. Suppose if you see a chain smoker, or if you see an alcoholic person, then because of the stress only they come into these kind of habits. Giddiness, itching, nausea, agitation, absenteeism. These are all the symptoms of stress. Next. So now we could understand what is meant by stress. What are all the types of stress? What are all the causes of stress? Suppose if we have stress, how our brain is affected? What are all the hormones related? What are all the genes related? So many things that we could come across. Now we can't leave it, or we can't live as like. We have to find out the ways and means to overcome stress, isn't it? So instead of overcoming stress, to overcome stress. So after all, the purpose of life is to lead a happy life. When will you be happy? If your thoughts are good, if your actions are good. So if you want to live happily, you have to avoid being caught by stress. In order to overcome stress, in order to manage the intrusion of this stress, there are so many good things are available. It is our duty to control our concepts mentally. If you are good mentally, then you won't go towards alcoholism or smoking. You will select the right thing. Let us do yoga. Let us take sattvic diet. Problems will come. No one is, even if you think God also will have problems. You take in Mahabharata, Lord Krishna also has facing so many problems. But how we are overcoming that stress, there we stand. So in order to have good life, not being affected by strength, we have to rely on sattvic diet. Daily walking will be helpful. massage, acupuncture, Ayurveda treatments, reflexology, autogenic training, that is psychological training. Using psychological apparatus, certain equipment are available to set right stress, music good, sufficient rest, social support, yogic practices including meditation. These are all some of the remedial measures that you have to follow. But at present, what is the status, Holistic approach is needed. See, as a yoga expert, yoga therapist, yoga trainer, you should know all these concepts. What are all good, what are all bad. You have to assess, you have to analyze which is good, which is not good. Then you find out which are all the systems are good, which are the systems available. Then you have to tell the patient, tell the affected person, guide the affected person that to go towards the holistic aspect. For example, if you have stress, yoga is the best. You can guide them. Sattvic diet, you can tell them good. And sometimes music also good, very particularly for stress. Music, if you listen good music, good ragas, Ananda Bhairavi raga, Indola raga, and so many good ragas, if you listen to that music, then your stress level will come down. So you have to be in a position to advise the sufferers, to guide them towards holistic approach. For that, you ought to know what are all related to that holistic approach to overcome stress. And very particularly for researchers, I want to tell you, if you want to do in this area, these controlled variable area, stress, the following items that I have mentioned here, we can measure the degrees of stress by MRI scanning, PET test, PET. PET test means positron emission tomographic test. DNA test, gene test. DNA test is related to genes. The amount of cortisol is main concept that can be measured through blood, urine, saliva, even by hair. And other different variables related to physiology and biochemical concepts. Blood sugar fasting is good. You can find out how much stress they are having. BP systolic and heart rate are other important stress markers. Next. For your kind information, diet plays a very major role, not only for stress, for all kind of problems. More than 200 diseases can be get rid of from this diet area only. For your kind information, if you want to overcome stress, there are 3 important superfoods are available. Naturally, for any kind of problems, these 3 are good. But it should be in a balanced state. Sometimes they will be telling banana is not good for diabetics like that and all. So you can't take overly. So banana, coconut and jackfruits are the best. They are all superfoods. Now 2 days back you could have come across watercress, a leafy vegetable item that is #1 remedy item, #1 vegetable along with broccoli. So these banana, coconut and jackfruit are the best item. And other food items are probiotics. Probiotics include whole grains, fiber-rich foods, etc. Prebiotics, that is, prebiotics, there are three concepts: prebiotics, probiotics, postbiotics. These two are important here. Prebiotics means curd, garlic, etc. good. And particularly omega-3 will be good. That is, avocado, nuts and seeds are good. And you can come across easily. Fish items, they will have omega-3 naturally. They are good, of course. But fish items are having one acid called trimethylamine that will be bad for our health. These nuts and seeds won't do any harm at all. Again, I am telling fish is good, only for certain extent. But nuts and seeds are good for any extent. That is the difference between the two. And the magnesium food items, leafy vegetables, guava, etc. Potassium food items, dry fruits, pomegranate, etc. Zinc foods, zinc, you are coming across so many times now, because zinc and selenium, they are very much essential for promoting immunity power at this COVID-19 period. So zinc foods include milk, milk products, apple. Calcium foods are good for beans, that is beans available. Selenium foods, broccoli, the #1 vegetable, along with watercress, leafy vegetable. Vitamin B, cruciferous vegetables like broccoli and cabbage, cauliflower, spinach. Vitamin A, watermelon, etc. And very particularly, green and yellow vegetables are good for stress. You could have come across these two vegetables in another one important area. Green and yellow vegetables are very much good for cancer also. So if you take these kind of food items, and again I want to tell you, these nuts and seeds plus beans, along with milk and milk products, they are very much equivalent to red meat. Screen not visible, ma. Edil. Is it audible?
Audible, sir.
Screen is not that much visible.
Now, sir?
Some disturbances are there still.
Share the video again, sir.
Share the screen again. So for your kind information, these food items, you no need to worry. If you feel that eggs are no screen visible, Edil, check it up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now okay. So some they will tell the red meat, non-vegetarian items, particularly red meat, chicken and eggs are good. Very particularly they give proteins, no doubt. But they have disadvantages. Whereas Instead of that items, if you take nuts and seeds along with beans, milk and milk products, everything you can wipe out and your life will be good. Next. So now I come to this important area. We have seen, suppose a person comes and tells you, because of most of the listeners here are yogic persons. I know very well, yogis and yoginis. Great yogis and yoginis are here. I told two important concepts play vital role. One is yoga, yogic practices, and another one is, wait. Another one is sattvic diet. We have seen what are all the diet food items that you have to take. Here we are seeing some of the practices very much needed for these yogic practices for stress. No, I gave here a balanced state. My focal point is giving much importance to first brain and second brain. These practices mainly meant to activate our brain, that is head region. And also, I gave important concepts, importance to second brain, that is gut, that is stomach area. Gut means the region of from mouth to anus. So I gave importance to these areas because if you concentrate these practices, definitely you can overcome stress. Prayer essential, loosening essential, Surya Namaskar, Vrikshasana, Viparita Karani, Mashyasana. These are all some of the practices that I gave. If you no need to do all kind of practices at all the times. See, you can select some of the, I gave 2 or 4 backbend asanas. You can select one on any particular day. But most of the practices you ought to do. For example, loosening the joints, you no need to do 1 hour. Just ankle rotation, hip rotation, shoulder rotation, head stretch, enough. Surya Namaskar, it is a must. And Vrikshasana, standing, must. Viparita Karani, inverted, must. So I gave some of the asanas needed for our gut area, that is backbend asanas. I gave much on twisting asanas. So Jatara, Ardhamachendrasana, you can do one, tomorrow another one. Ushtrasana, Dhanurasana, today one, tomorrow one. But you don't omit Paschimottanasana. That is very essential. Sashangasana, very essential. And these pranayama practices, very essential. Mahamudra is essential. For your kind information, Mahamudra is one of the best practices, as like your Surya Namaskar. How much Surya Namaskar is much important? That much important Mahamudra. Mahamudra should be done only after asanas and pranayama practices. Don't do before. Or don't do after meditation. Understand? After pranayama, after asanas and pranayama, you do Mahamudra and finally you go for meditation. Next. So these are all some of the practices. Surya Namaskar. Next. Why I am giving importance to Vrikshasana means it activates all the chakras, all the 7 important chakras. If you do this, all the 7 chakras will be activated, energy flow will be good, and there won't be any blockages in the energy, so you will be feeling good. Next. Viparita Karani, one of the best inverted asanas. Next. Mashyasana is important. Next. Ushtrasana, this is number 1 asana among the backbend asanas. It is better than Bhujangasana, Salabhasana, Dhanurasana. Number 1, all human systems are activated by this asana. Ushtrasana is that much important, as like Surya Namaskar, as like Mahamudra. Next. So Dhanurasana, why I am giving emphasis means it includes Bhujangasana and Salabhasana. Next. Jatara Parivatasana. It is very, very essential asana because it will activate your inner organs in the stomach. That is spleen and the pancreas, liver, everything. It will be set right. Next. And Ardha Machendrasana, twisting asana. Next. Paschimottanasana. Very good Kundalini Shakti you can get. Next. Shashangasana. As far as my knowledge is concerned, it is one of the best asanas among all 84 lakhs of asanas. Next. And when you do, now I have shown some of the asanas. Now let us concentrate on pranayama practices. Kapalabhati will be much good. Wait. Kapalabhati is very much essential. It can be done, though they used to tell it is energy oriented and old people, patients should not do like that. But Ramdev will advise you go for mild Kapalabhati. So in my experience, what I want to tell you, you do Kapalabhati in Batmasana, because Batmasana is good for many things. Your diaphragm will be flattened, and also physiological benefits will be more when you do Batmasana and Kapalabhati. Next, and you have to do this Bhastrika Pranayam in Vajrasan. Vajrasan, you know how much important that is. 72,000 nadis can be activated by Vajrasana. Bhastrika Pranayam also, it is that much good among pranayama practices. If you go for Granda Shamhita or Hadayoga Pratipika or Yagnavakya Samriti and Yoga Ragashya, so all kind of Gorakshadaka, all kind of ancient Hatha Yoga texts advise to do Bhastrika Pranayam. They are giving that much importance to Bhastrika than Kapalabhati. So Bhastrika you should not omit. Understand? That you do in Vajrasan. Next. And Nadi Shodhana Pranayam you have to follow, because that is the balancing pranayama practice. You must, number one, pranayama practice that can be done in Siddhasana. For gents, you do in Siddhasana. For women, you do it in Siddha Yoni Asana. Next. That's what I told, Mahamudra. These practices, this is a classical pose. If you can't do, you can modify. Next. And meditation. At least 20 times. See, you keep it in your mind. When you do asanas, minimum 20 minutes you have to do. When you do pranayama practices, altogether 15 minutes in a day you have to do. When you do meditation, altogether 20 minutes you have to do in a day. Then only you will have medical and other scientific benefits. Please don't forget. Next. Here it is an important slide that you have to look into that. For your kind information, so far I have given general statements, mainly for yoga trainers, yogic practitioners, yoga therapists. Now this slide is mainly meant for yoga therapists. Yoga therapy is a growing area. Even the last man lives in the world, yoga will live. Yoga therapy will live. So certain concepts that you have to understand, because mere yoga, So previous slides I have shown asanas, pranayamas, meditation and all. I have shown the classical poses, the final posture. You don't worry if you are a beginner, if you are new to this yoga field, you don't worry. If you don't do all these things perfectly, you don't worry. There is a possibility for modifications. You consult your yoga trainers and therapists, and modifications you can do, and you can do it. Here some of the factors that you have to, if you are a yoga therapist, you ought to know the knowledge of Panchabhutas, Koshas, Doshas, food items, Nadis and Chakras, Nadi Pariksha. You ought to know. These are all the things you have to be knowledgeable in these areas. And also you should know in a position to diagnose the patient. Why stress? Why diabetics? Why hypertension? You have to follow these main principles, darshana, sparshana, prasna. You have to observe the patient, preferably in person. And you have to, sometimes, some cases you have to touch and you have to treat. Some patients you ought to you do interview. You have to do interview. When you have done interview, then only you can find out whether that person is affected by stress because of physiological or because of psychology. So this knowledge you have to understand. So these concepts that you have to understand. And very particularly, you have to, first of all, you know all knowledgeable things regarding factors. Then if a patient comes, you go for diagnosis. After diagnose the patient, after assessing or asserting the particular disease, now you have to frame pariksha. Vyuham you have to make. What are all the symptoms? What are all the causes? What are all the remedies? How to overcome? What are all the yogic practices to be given? How the modification should be done? So these vyuhams you have to frame. So this slide is very, very important for your yoga therapy field, if you are interested in that area. Next. So when you decide that person is having these kind of problems, these kind of diseases, then after considering all the factors, then diagnosis you have done, vyuham you made, now it is the time to treat the patient. So when you want to treat the patient, it can be in 3 areas, 3 types, 3 ways: Brahmana, Langana, Samana. Whether, for example, you take example of one person comes and tells, I am suffering with stress. Now you have to decide why that person is suffering. It is because of over physiological workload, or because of sedentary life. You have to decide. The person is not at all doing anything, sitting, watching TV like that and all. If he spends, then we have to activate the person by using yogic practices. Exhalation will be good. I mean, inhalation will be good. Back-bending asanas will be good to activate. Suppose a person is overworking and physiologically tired, because of that he is having stress, then we have to make him for relaxation. So you have to give forward bending yogic practices, and you have to give much importance to exhalation. So that kind of treatment secrets you have to know. Sometimes they will have both less or high. Then you have to go for samana practices. That's what Mandukya Upanishad tells. What I am told now, when the mind gets to a state of drowsiness, when a person is in a state of physical inactivity, when a person is affected by sedentary life, it is your duty to stimulate that person's activities physically, physiologically, and psychologically. And you have to make him awaken. For that, you have to go for Brahmana practices. That's what Mandukya Upanishad tells. If you want to make a person to relax because he is already done overwork, that is burnout persons, physiologically and psychologically. Now you have to start it starts speeding up and distractions set in. It is your duty to calm down that kind of person. So some persons you have to activate, some persons you have to make him calm down. So the same problem, stress, but you have to treat in 2 ways or 3 ways to make him in a perfect condition. So this also important, this slide for your future works. Next. So I will come to that conclusion. If you must be mad, be it not for the materialistic things of the world, be mad with the love of yoga. So finally, what I want to tell you, dangers will be coming. You have to face it. A small story I want to tell you. There, a sannyasi was living. He had so many sishyas, the teacher or student like that. One day the sannyasi, he used to take classes, sannyasi. One day the sannyasi asked the students, he discussed about the dangers. Then the students or sishyas, one sishya asked sannyasi, Guru, how can I come out from the dangers? If any danger, if I have to face, how I have to escape from the danger? Then sannyasi told, suppose if there is any danger from elephant, then you run in a zigzag manner. Suppose if a snake gives danger to you, if the snake rushes to you, then you don't do zigzag manner run, run straight. Suppose if a dog chases you, you don't run, turn towards the dog, stare at it, the dog will run. Suppose if you face danger from tiger, you climb into that tree, you can escape. Suppose if lion attacks you, you lie down, be in savasana, act like a deadly person, dead person. Don't inhale and exhale. Then you can escape. Then one Shishya asked that Guru, Guru, I have one doubt. Then that sannyasi, Guru, I know what you are going to ask. You are worrying about the money lender, how to escape from that person. Then the Sishyan, that student told, no Guru, no sannyasi. My doubt is, if my wife chases me, how I can escape? A fraction of a second, that sannyasi was thinking something and he told to Sishyas, because of my wife chased me, I am in this sannyasi position. Like that, dangers may be in any form, problems may be in any form, difficulties may be in any form, sorrows may be in any form. Do good, be good, do good. Do yogic practices, follow sattvic diet. Everything will be set right. Your life will be very perfect, fruitful, righteous. Let us live a righteous, fruitful life so that we can enlighten the world appropriately. Thank you very much for having given this fantastic opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Wonderful speech. Really, it was again a wonderful thing to all of us. So really, again, the Guru is both external and internal. From the exterior, he gives a push to the mind to turn inward. But from the interior, he pulls the mind towards the self and helps in quietening of the mind. That is the real Guru's grace, what we really get it from you today. We feel the pleasure after your valuable information about the greatest weapon against stress in our ability to choose one thought over another yoga as well as our yoga therapy, because that is the only key to be fit, and it's essential to do it in our daily life to keep our mind stress free. So we all inhaled your valuable information and exhaled our stress now. Thank you, sir. Thank you for a valuable speech. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Here, it is my privilege and proposed vote of thanks, Dr. Ilangovan sir. You are not only our teacher, you are the philosopher and guide, all molded into one person. You will always be grateful for your support. The normal teachers tell about something. The good teachers is a explanation. The superior teachers is a demonstrate. The great teacher, Dr. Ilangovan, to inspire to for all the yogis. The number one teacher should have the special place, become in the game of life. They help them, they get stand. I just want to thank to Dr. Ilangovan sir for all things you have. You are having special teacher and in the number one teacher in the world. So I am the real yogi in the world, Dr. Ilangovan sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Now I invite Mrs. Vasanti to invite our Swami Ma Shaktiyananda, Mexico, the brand ambassador of North America. Vasanti Ma. Vasantima, it's over to you.
Yeah. Good morning, one and all. Yoga has evolved in many directions in modern times, and people are using it with different combination of techniques for multiple purpose. As Agni ma'am said, India is the mother of yoga. Thank you, Agni ma'am, for your special compliment. Our yoga gurus from India introduced yoga to the Western world outside India, and it has developed into a posture based physical fitness, stress relief, and relaxation technique. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Swamini Ma Shaktiananda from Mexico on behalf of our Patanjali Yoga College to this grand, special, and unique yoga online workshop. We are pleased to have you as a part of this International Yoga Workshop 2020. We welcome you, Swamini ma'am. Now, a brief introduction about Swamini ma'am. The name of her ashram is Ashram Shaktiananda. She has got 31 years of experience in teaching yoga. She is the president of International Federation Shakti Ananda Yoga. She is also Ashrama Charini of Shakti Ananda Ashram, representative of the International Association of Yoga Maitri Ananda in Mexico. She is also the founder of the system Swara Prana Healing. Now, she is here to discuss with us about yoga techniques to activate the human system and Atma Bala. In this global conference, she is also here to present yoga for planetary consciousness at this important moment for the planet and humanity. The entire globe is undergoing changes and losses from small to large species, plants, trees, and crops, and even the atmosphere itself. And of course, we human are the whole cause of these changes. So each one of us are suffocating the planet in one way or the other. So we must change right now. We have to be the example and forerunners of this consciousness. Now, thank you, ma'am, Mataji. Now it's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, namaste. Malakam.
Vanakkam.
We are happy to have you again here.
First of all, Malakam, I want to thank a lot Mr. Ratna because he has a strong input, a strong Shakti, a strong energy to make things happen, to manifest an enormous compassion and feeling of unity. He make us unify all of us here in these classes of Zoom. So I really thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ratna, for your compassionate heart and your incredible energy to make us all together. Thank you, first of all.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your blessing.
Well, I will, first, I would like to begin with the topic of energy. Energy is, can you see me clearly, Daniel? Energy is very important because we all human beings and everything in the universe, this universe, the universe that we know, and the other locals and the other universe, they move by energy. And the other is consciousness. Even chaos, what we consider chaos, is an order that is unknown by us. So Purusha and Prakriti. So if we are beings that use energy, we have to be very clear how to use it. And also the code is there. The code is use it with consciousness. Dr. been taking the topic about the stress. I would like to also take a moment to speak about fear. In the very moment now, all the work is connected to this mental and collective fear. More or less, we are all connected mentally to the sense of fears, many different fears that of course create a stress. A stress I will not talk because already been told. But fear use energy, and fear it is very a sensation, which is made by mind and of course emotion. So mind support by preconceived ideas, by society, by the understanding what happened in our atmosphere, and plus our ahamkaras, our past life traumas, they awake these fears. So, but what we do as human beings, we begin to feel this fear and we support it. We create something like support between fear and thoughts. Thoughts, it's the wood of the fear. And the emotion, it's already something, the energy that is moving there. So we have different kind of fears. Some use more energy, some are higher fear, and some are low fears, very langana. And the problem with the fear is that they diminish the immunological system. They diminish the spirit, they diminish the atma bala, they diminish the prana. So my message is, because most of you are giving classes of yoga and consciousness and science, my message today is to you to receive it, to you to give it to others. So I want to put it very, very simple so that we can explain to others the importance to neutralize, not to make passive, not to slow down, not to change for a positive thought, but to neutralize. We want to neutralize, means zero, means annihilated, means not to take attention to that. But to do that, first we need to introspect and observe what kind of fears I have. What is my fear, my essential fear? Because if I don't notice, everyone has a kind of fear or many fears, many little fears. We have to introspect and observe where they come from, when are detonated. In this very moment of the coronavirus, many people mix the other fears with the now own fear. So we add another one. Observe, we need time every day. I recommend in the night to sit and just contemplate, introspect. What is my fear? Where it comes from? How I feel it? How I act with this fear or fears? How I connect with this new fear of coronavirus? Most of the fears come from the sense of death or loss, which is the same, loss or death. So if we harmonize with this sense of what is the worst that could happen if I get into the point to live this fear that I don't want to live, it's very important. I don't know if we are going together. Why? Because if we interpret the fear, we know exactly what is the fear. The next exercise after contemplation is to put a solution. This kind of solution is, which solution I going to do to this fear? If I get into the moment in life in which I going to live this fear, how I going to act? So pre-solution, pre-observe, pre-find strategies, so that when I'm getting to this fear, I have different solutions to act correctly without fear. So this is the second step. Why is so important fear? Because fear uses energy, a particular energy. We see in the galaxies, in many of the galaxies, there's black holes, and we observe how the black hole absorb the light, which is representation of wisdom, Jyoti, and absorb every mass, every system, every planet, and it grows, this black hole also absorb other galaxies. So fear is that. Fear is an absorption of energy, but an absorption of wisdom. Every person who confronted with fear, in the moment of fear, they don't think correctly. So we are in a very passive way, they will stop and do nothing. And it's very dangerous, because not to do nothing in that fear, to be totally in panic, is very dangerous for the body, for the life, and it's not a moment in which we can really act with wisdom. So the next is to act just in a spontaneous way, but very dramatically. That also creates chaos. So if we already integrate with our fears and we settle down, we know that my fear use energy, my fears use more energy, which I cannot use my energy and consciousness to put it there, because it's a black hole. It's better as a yogis or as our students in yoga or other science to teach people how to confront, how to settle down, techniques to attack the fear itself, to make the person more neutralized. Again, I come to the topic of neutralization. Neutralization is to make the emotion to stop. And in order that that happen, I have to stop my mind. This is a very clear yogic practice. But in this moment of life, we cannot just leave this practice for yogis. We have to give it to public. We have to give it to everyone as a way to clean the teeth. We have to learn, we have to teach others an easy path to clear emotions and clear mind. Sounds easy, but simplicity is part of yoga. Next, when we are living in fear, when we add fears, new fears, like the surrounding fears, what we do is consuming our Atma Bala. I talked the last time about Atma Bala, which is a treasure. Not everybody born with this Atma Bala. Somehow it's part of your Dharma and about the conformation of your doshas, and particularly Dharma. So we see many people who live in a very ugly conditions and they eat bad, and anyway, they never get sick and they live a long life. Meantime, we see in an opposite direction, people who eat very good, live in a place like here where it's not a smoke, and anyway, they're always sick and they die early. So this is because the Atma Bala. Somehow Atma Bala also have a mass, a pranic mass. This pranic mass of the Atma Bala, the Atma Bala outside, is our Jnana Prana, the prana that surrounds us. As you know, this Jnana Prana, which is what many people call the aura, is a reflection of this Atma Bala. The yogis, we build it to make it bigger. If a normal person will have it until the extension of the arms about here. And a little bit high, a little bit below the floor. And a yogi can make the Jnana Prana more big, depending their practice. So it can be very huge, can be like this room, or can be even bigger. So that makes us very sensitive about what happened close to us, to another person, or to a situation. That gives you also a kind of intuitive aspect. You can see, feel through sense, or even smell things that happen in your aura of Jnana Prana. And when a person gets very sick, for example, cancer, this dhyana prana become very close to the body, very narrow. Instead to be far away, it can be very short. When the person is ready to die, the dhyana prana is very near to the skin. So as the person dies, then few moments after, there is no dhyana prana around, and the last thing will go the prana. So dhyana prana controls apana, controls samana, control prana, control udana. So, and the other upa pranas. So what happens if I don't build this, or I let my fear move me, or my rush, my anger? Anger makes holes into this dhyana prana as drops and other things. But fear is like you are dying. Fear makes your dhyana prana shorter and shorter and shorter, and that's why people who lives in fear, which is part of their life, they become anguish, sad, depression, and all the things similar. Very low sensation, very dark feeling. The person begins to collapse the chest, and the thymus gland gets pressed. As you know, the thymus gland is called the Ananda chakra, the joy chakra. So it gets like this, the symphotic, it makes a shield, a kind of protection, and a symphotic back. So this represent I feel sad, I feel anguish, I feel that I don't have energy. And it's true, the energy collapses into the person. So after, it's very easy that any kind of sickness come to this body. So my message for you today is to neutralize fear, to teach others how to neutralize this fear, because we cannot continue to be part of the collective mind. We have to understand that consciousness is there with energy, and we just have to add it into one point in our chest. We have to add it in one point in our mind, in our body, to act not as a human being through the unconsciousness, but through the higher consciousness, minimum planetary consciousness. So for this practice, I will show you some pranayamas. I will not do all the time because we don't have all the time. But if you want to write it, each practice that I give you of pranayama is very simple. This is not difficult pranayamas. This is easy pranayamas, because I would like that you share it with your people, with your friends, with your community. Some of those, the only thing is not good when the person have high pressure or hypertension. So this is a practice of pranayama based into wake up the energy, to bring the energy up, to bring the consciousness up, and to give energy to these people to solve with bravery their fears. Well, we're going to begin to the floor. It's very simple. The practice will be accompanied with Brahmana Swara, which is the inhalation is bigger or longer, and the exhalation is shorter. So this will be the modulation. So please, if you can lay down, it will be very easy. You lay down to the cushion, and the focus of the breathing is chest breathing. So you want to elevate your chest. I will put my hand away so you can see the chest. You want to elevate the ribs, the thoracic case, and create a lordosis, dorsal thoracic lordosis. So we can do 9 to inhale and only 4 to exhale and compress the chest. Let's begin. I do only 3 times. Inhale 9. Exhale 4. Sorry, exhale through the nose. Inhale 9. Exhale 4. So this movement of the ribs and thoracic case is made by the muscles. It's not only because I'm breathing through the lungs. It's because I make a skeletal and muscular effort to elevate. So you can tell your family and friends or students just to create this movement about 12 times. Then after we go deeper in the same kind of breathing, chest breathing. Now we will add a little bit more air. We want to do 10 seconds to inhale, por acá, and we're going to do antar come back 10 seconds and only 5 seconds to exhale. So still we continue to Brahmana Swara. So in the 5 seconds, you must be very efficient to release the whole of the air. I do it again. Inhale, 10. Stay here, it costs a little bit of Jala Taravanta. 10 seconds. And exhale 5, exhale through the nose. So you want to compress the chest. But if you notice, the most important part is that you open the chest. Some people who has shoulders up, they not tends to put their hands down, and that creates that the shoulders go up higher, more. So please be aware to put the hands up, so that when you create this elevation, the shoulders go down, and that will make the thoracic vertebrae come up. Well, so how many practices? If the person is a beginner, just do 3, stop, and do it 4 times. 3 cycles, 4 times. If it's a medium level, you can do 12 times consecutive. Then after, you see, it's the same sequence. It's nice to do it in the morning or in the afternoon, but not in the night, because it will give a lot of activation. So then the person sit either in Sukhasana, or if the person cannot control well their back, will be good in Vajrasana. So you do the same. You go to the side, and you do exactly the same. Chest breathing, simple. We go now with the 10 seconds only. 10 seconds to chest, no abdomen, which is we put a lot of air into the third level of the lungs, and we also feel it in the second lobe of the right side. And then exhale 5. So you hear the sound of the exhalation. Slowly tie the throat. You must tie the throat in order to create friction in the air. So that will help you to modulate the air and to add it very slowly. And then exhale. Notice that my hands, they are not here. They are here. That position is in order that my skeleton makes the ribs and the cartilage here in the ribs and the thoracic case to stretch. So put your shoulders back. And the elbows, instead to be here, I am here. So the posture also helps to breathe. Let's do the last one. Very well. So 12 times this pectoral breathing or chest breathing in Vajrasana or Sukhasana. Or if the person cannot sit, it can go in a chair or a couch. Next breathing is the same, but we're going to do Antar Kumbhak and we're going to make Jalandhara. So we will do 10 seconds inhale, 10 to hold the breathing, and 5 to exhale through the nose. For advanced practice, the only thing that you have to do is add the time, still Ramanaswara. For example, you are a practitioner of pranayama, you can do 20 seconds to inhale, 20 to 30 seconds to hold your air, and only 10 seconds to exhale maximum, or 7 for advanced practice of this. Same time, same cycles. So stretch your neck, stretch, and compress the chin into the chest. Not only this, but stretch until you feel the chin pressing totally here. Very well. Exhale all. Inhale 10 with the chest. Hold your air 10 seconds. Exhale through the mouth for the first time. Now, again. 10, inhale. Hold 10 seconds. Exhale now through the nose. Continue. Elevate the wrist. Remember, it's a muscular effort that moves the skeleton in order that we can add breathing. It's not the lungs. Hold 10 seconds. Maintain your shoulders back, your elbows back. Exhale through the nose. All now comes through the nose. But this part doesn't move. It's only here. So we are moving only this part of the lungs. We are activating the higher part of the lungs. So 12 cycles. Then after, we just lay down again. Still is the same practice. Relax the body, totally relax. Shoulders back, hands up. So now we want to make a complete yogi breathing, which is from the pubis up to the chest. And we're going to do it in a very simple way. Let's make 12 seconds to inhale and then 6 to exhale. So now we're using all the parts of the lung, the lower lobes of the lungs. And of course, we use the diaphragm to move. So let's go, 12. So you notice 6 for the abdomen about, and now 6 for the chest. So now you have the elevation. Now only 3 for the chest, exhale, and 3 for the abdomen. So you must be very efficient to release air in 6 seconds. Let's do it. Tie the abdominal muscles. Again. You finish with an inhalation. And exhale through the mouth. How many seconds? 12 seconds. If you are an advanced practitioner, just 10 seconds to exhale and add 25 seconds to inhale. So you must do it very in silence because in order to modulate the air in 20 or more seconds. That develops the Atma balance, develops the strength. So now we stand up and we do the same. Either in Sukhasana, Padmasana, or Vajrasana. I choose this one because it makes my students to maintain the back more in control. So now we do it from abdomen to chest the same way. Release all your air. Ready? And then release. 3 and 3. So when we do the exhalation, then here we have Mahabandha. Very important because I tighten my throat, I tighten my navel, and I tighten Mula Bandha, the genitals. So again, I do 12 and there is no bandhas. 6 in this area, 6 in this area. Now, it begins now 1 bandha, exhale, 3. I do in the bandha, and then here I do the bandha, and in the 6 second or 5-6 second, I tie the genital. Let's try all together. Let's do it. Straight neck for a moment. For ending, inhale 12. Exhale through the mouth. So this is a very simple, very easy to teach to others. It's not complicated, it's safe. We still need to do the next one. If it's difficult for the person, they can lay down. Particularly if they cannot really control the muscles, the body, it's better to lay down. But if it's not, then you stay in the posture, locating the energy in the legs, and then we will do 12 seconds to inhale. We add Jalandhara Bandha, and then 12 seconds to hold the breathing, and then we're going to do an opposite Jalandhara Bandha because we want to release the air in 7 seconds, like this. And we do a kind of Bhakya Kumbhaka. We cannot do Bhakya Kumbhaka to mostly people who have fear, but we need an instant to come back. So it's 1 second of Bhakya Kumbhaka without air. So this is also a bandha. It creates create a blockage in nadis that they are in the cervical area to open the nadis of Vishuddha, the cleanser, the purificator. So we will want that this energy moves to the brain, to the medulla oblongata, to the occipital area, to the forehead also. So let's do it together. Inhale 12 seconds, abdomen to chest. Hold 12 seconds. Exhale 7 seconds through the mouth. One second without air. And come back. Inhale 12. Open the ribs, elevate the chest. Hold your breathing. Exhale 7. In this kind of pranayama, this one particularly, we end in an exhalation. So for advanced practice, without changing much, just do Padmasana and do the same kind of breathing, but you do 12 seconds to inhale, either 24 or 36 seconds to do Antar Kumbhak, and then the same, exhale 7 to 10 seconds because it's longer the time you do the Kumbhaka. And like this, if you do 24, 36, then you can add to 48 seconds and you can add 60 seconds. You can build more the Antar Kumbhak in order to create more Atma Bala, and that activate the thymus glands and also stimulate the energy into the parathyroid and thyroid glands. It makes energy segregation to the thalamus, to the diencephalus, and you will feel the energy after 12 seconds. With that, we will finish the pranayama. So you notice there are several. All are one pranayama sequence to release fears, to get out of anguish, sadness, depression, victimism, fear of coronavirus too. It also gives a lot of pranic input to stay strong, to develop a lot the white cells, to make us very strong. So also gives a lot of massage and flexibility to the pleura and to the lungs. Next, we're going to do a kriya. So the kriya looks very similar like pranayama, but it's very nice. You will see. So put yourself in a comfortable position in your legs. Sukhasana, Vajrasana. The kriya is enveloped here also. Put your hands here. And what we're going to do, we're going to inhale very slowly. And I don't know if you can see good my hands. When you finish to inhale, you will do a kumbhaka, extend your hands, and turn it. Then exhale in 6. So this is the process of the movement of the arms. But the energy work is when you inhale, you feel the energy coming from the center of the chest, spreading up to the lungs, to the heart, to the arms. And then in this moment, when you do this movement, you send the energy far away, as far as you can feel, 1 meter, 2 meters, far away. So meantime you do the entire combat. And then when you want back your energy, you just pull it back and exhale. 3 is look your hands. Inhale 12. Elevate your chest. Feel the energy. Spread the energy. Turn your hands far away. Don't break nothing. And bring back your energy. Concentrate. Feel the prana spreading through your hands to the tips of your hands. That kriya makes your aura bigger, your dhyana prana and your prana. Hear the sound of your breathing. I teach this one the last time also. When you put your hands together in Atmanjali, feel that this energy interpenetrate the thymus gland. Somehow place it there, absorb it there. Because as you know, it will stimulate the immunological system, the lymphatic system. How it looks from the side, like this. Inhale. Time for practice is 3 minutes to 6 minutes, 9 minutes, 3 or 6 or 9 minutes. So at the end of the practice, you put Atmanjali and concentrate to stimulate the thymus glands. Feel, we're going to do the Dharana. Feel a blue light, very light blue light, penetrating the thymus gland. Feel this blue light is spreading into the lymphatic system. Spread it all over the body. Into the lymphatic system, the ganglions, the lymph. Feel the blue light interpenetrating there, stimulating your white cells, macrophages. As well, feel your lungs will fill of blue light, soft blue light. Observe your skin become blue. In each exhalation, your skin become blue. In the inhalation, your lungs become blue. The heart turns green. And the plasma of the blood blue. Order your leukocytes to activate. Order the soul, Atma, to be present, to detonate Atma Balan. And softly just open your eyes and release. This is the end of the Kriya. Sounds very strong to order Atma to be present, to order Atma to detonate the strength of the soul. But when you order to yourself that means that you are ready to be part in this process of awakening of I order because I'm responsible. I order because means that I already settled myself and I know which is my power and who I am. So then I can order because it's not an act of arrogance, it's an act of consciousness because I need it. And we all can take a moment to order us, to awake us. I order myself, soul, be present now. So then this is what we need. Soul is perfect. There is nothing to do. There is nothing wrong there. There is nothing to balance. It's perfect. We just want to make it integrate the essence to all the bodies, to the Anamaya Kosha, to the Manomaya Kosha, to the Vijnanamaya Kosha, to the Anandamaya Kosha, but particularly the Pranamaya Kosha, which integrate as the Vyana Pramana. The Pranamaya Kosha moves inside all these bodies. So whatever we do with the practice of pranayama or this kriya, it activates this pranamaya kosha, this body, and then it will happen something. It will move the energy into the other bodies, no matter if they are low or still not under control. Next thing is concentration. I still have that. A concentration. So I would like, I giving you this. It's just practice. I know it's not much talking about other things. I want that you practice. The karma yoga is very important. And if you can give this to others, will be the best that you can do, because then we can change the world. We can share yoga knowledge in a very simple way, simplicity. So now we go to meditation. Very easy meditation, even for the ones who cannot meditate. So just find a comfortable position. Close your eyes, follow my voice. From the perineum to the crown, feel the Sushumna Nadi. Inhale deeply from the perineum to the crown, Sahasrara. As you are in Sahasrara, exhale into the crown. Again, perineum to the crown, inhale. As a geyser, exhale from the crown up to your body. So a fountain, a geyser come out of the crown. Now feel From the perineum, a red triangle. Observe. From that red triangle pointing down, a beautiful light, white light, like millions of moons, Chandra called, and millions of lightnings coming up together. Inhale up. Hold your breathing and see a white triangle on your crown pointing up. Penetrate all this energy there, and as you exhale, millions of suns and lightnings come down through the Sushumna. Penetrate this energy into the red triangle. Inhale up, millions of moons and lightnings as you inhale slowly. Place this energy in the crown in the white triangle. Now exhale millions of suns and lightnings very slowly. Maintain the dharana. Maintain the concentration. Still, moons up, millions of moons, millions of lightnings. Penetrate the Purusha, the white triangle. Exhale millions of suns and lightnings. Mula Bandha. Now continue like this and begin to mix moons and lightnings and suns. Mix the energy as the energy moves up and down. Hear the sound of your inhalation, hear the sound of your exhalation. The moons, the lightnings, and the suns, they are melting together until there is only one uniform energy. Silver light, golden light, blue, violet light. Continue, inhale, up. Exhale down. And now, the red triangle below the perineum that was pointing down to the earth, now pointing up to the perineum. From there, all the energy, moons, suns, lightnings, all that force, Kundalini Shakti, moves upward into all the chakra lokas. Inhale up. The Sahasrara chakra becomes red. Hold your energy there. Now exhale through the crown as high as possible, as a geyser. Far, far away. The remnants of energy create a vortex, a magnetic field. Again, inhale up, millions of moons, lightnings, suns. Feel the energy in the crown, still red, the Sahasrara chakra. And exhale up, as high, 2 meters. Exhale, exhale, exhale. Thai, Mula Bandha, Udijana Bandha. And feel the remnants as magnetic field. Inhale up. Now Sahasrara becomes gold. Feel the golden light. Hold your breathing. And as you're ready, release it off as high as possible. and let this energy flow. Let's do it again. Feel Sahasrara, 1,000 petals in golden light. Exhale a geyser of 3, 4 meters and a beautiful Dhyana Prana sustained by these golden, silver, blue lights. Now get in calmness. Don't concentrate anymore in the energy. The energy already is moving along. Without any effort, it's already moving, circulating correctly. The Kundalini Shakti is already moving. Place your attention now in the Sagra, the very crown. Feel the 1,000 petals of Sahasrar activated. Softly, just put your attention now in the occipital part of the two hemispheres. Concentrate in the occipital part of the two hemispheres.
மாதாஜியோட லைன் கனெக்ஷன் இருக்கா?
Mataji, are you audible?
I think she has to connect back again. Balaji, you have to remove your mute. Your mute. Make unmute. Yeah, please unmute yourself.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No problem. Network issue.
So if you notice, it has a power to absorb the energy of electronics, this. So stay with me. Miss a few parts of the encephalic meditation. So let's go to the right side, the hemisphere, the right hemisphere. So visualize your right hemisphere like if it's in a balloon, an American balloon, we can say. So concentrate and imagine, feel, visualize that you are falling to one side, to the right side. So put the weight, the energy, and begin to feel that you are circulating inside the white cortex of your right hemisphere. Concentrate. The self, the energy, the mind, the prana is at your right hemisphere. Now feel the external cortex, the great mass of the right hemisphere. Integrate in the frontal part of your right cortex, in the white mass of the cortex, the inner cortex. Observe there is a bridge that connects to the other hemisphere. Feel like a bridge, and it's a bridge there that connects to the other side of the brain. Feel yourself passing to the other side. As if you are in the edge of a mountain, feeling that you are climbing, feel that you are falling softly to the left side of the mountain. Put all the cells, the energy, the sense of weight, even temperature, a feeling moving inside and circulating inside the white mass of the left hemisphere. Concentrate, feel like a balloon inside, moving in. Concentrate more. You can also feel heat in your left ear. So from there, you will jump to the cerebellum. Place all your attention into the cerebellum. Feel also the medulla oblongata. Now you are on the back of your brain below. Feel the energy moving down to the marrow in the meninges of your spine. In a moment, the breath comes and then you stop it because the concentration. Feel the energy at the cerebellum, at the medulla, the marrow of the cervical area. Immediately pass your attention to the sagittal cord of the brain, the major sagittal cord that divides the two hemispheres. Try to feel there, like if you are walking inside your brain from the cerebellum to the forehead. Feel a sense, and then from the forehead to the cerebellum, to the occipital area of the brain as well. Like you will be a knife, feeling, moving front to back. Concentrate, feel, you can feel even something there. Inhale, go forward. Exhale, go backwards. You can feel now the sagittal cord of your hemispheres. For the last, sit at the thalamus. Static. Thalamus. Center of the brain. And directly from this concentration, you just open your eyes, your physical eyes. This very simple encephalic meditation is very into the body, into the brain, but immediately you feel the calmness. So if you notice, we begin, the system is very simple. So you just begin to do the Kriya of Shakti. You inhale from perineum to crown, exhale from crown to perineum. Mixing the energy, moons, lightnings going up, penetrating in the white triangle. Exhale, suns and lightnings into the red triangle. And then this energy is moving upward and downwards, and then you begin to mix the energy, suns, lightnings, and moons all together. When you have that already, then you inhale deeply, connect the energy into the crown, hold a minute, really like 2 seconds, 3, and then spread it up as a geyser. In this moment, the Sahasrara become red. And then a geyser as high as possible, and it will create a magnetic field, and it will increase and potentialize your Dhyana Prana, your Atma Bala. Until you do several times, you can do 10, 12 times, and then feel the Sahasrara become gold, and all these become Sahasrara. Then you begin to put your attention in the occipital part of your brain, of the two parts of the hemisphere. for about 3 minutes. Then immediately from there you pass to the two hemisphere prefrontal cortex. Then after you go to the right hemisphere, feeling that you are circulating there into the white mass and then after the gray mass, the surrounding. You can also feel the dura madre moving there or massaging. And after you pass to the left hemisphere, doing the same thing. To pass, you feel the surge that goes, it's a bridge actually that we have in the brain from one part to the other. We have a bridge in front and the back also. So you feel a bridge moving and you stay here. After that, you move your intention, your energy into the cerebellum and the medulla oblongata, feeling also this energy moving downward into the marrow of the spine, of the cervical area. Then after, feel the sagittal cut of the hemispheres and just move front and down, like if you are jumping, moving inside your brain. Doing that, you will have a sense of unity of the brain, of the integration of the two hemispheres. And then you just collapse into the diencephalus, the thalamus, and just stay there static. Just try to concentrate on the center. Stay there for a little bit and then just open your eyes and you are already settled in a higher level of consciousness. Now your consciousness is in Ajna and Sahasrara. So another level of concentration and wisdom. So this exercise I recommend a lot to neutralize not only the emotions and thoughts to create fear, but any kind of neutralization for any kind of feelings, for emotions and thoughts. So if you have any question, please let me know. So with that, my teaching of today is there. I focus more into give you elements to share, easy way to share with your students, family, and to practice yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Mataji. Your practice shows that every day is a great day for yoga. The mind is the king of sense, but the breath is the king of mind. Genuine smile contributes the cosmic current. Actually, from you, we received that prana to everybody cells. A long, subtle breath establishes a calm mind. A calm mind is a foundation of everything great. So when you own your breath, nobody can steal your peace. The deep silence has a melody of its own, actually, that dig deep inside our mind to discover the deeply hidden thing. And we feel actually complete mindfulness, balance, spirit, peace, calm, light, and joy. So you have given a collective gift to our humanity. So thank you very much. So we are very much blessed again for this wonderful session. Have a good day.
Sat Chitananda, Svarupa Atma, Soham. Om Prem. Gracias.
Namaste, Mataji. People only creative my life. Somebody only have the helping thing, somebody have the focus thing, somebody have the leadership thing, somebody have the attractive to others, somebody have the way of speaking, somebody have the good knowledge, somebody have the way of yoga teaching to effectively. So today we are taking for the session so effectively. So all the quality is one person. The influence of the great Swamiji can never be erased anyone. So you are the great Swamiji.
Send you prana, a lot of prana.
Thank you, ma'am. I get the more prana to you, ma'am. So blessing for all of you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to let me share with you. Thank you, Mr. Rana. Yoga is the path of flowering. Yoga is the path of purification. Yoga is self-realization. Yoga is joy of being yourself. Yoga is ocean of bliss. Now I invite Ananya to have our guest, our special guest, Dr. S. Selvalakshmi ma'am, to have a brief introduction about her.
Our next guest is Dr. Mrs. S. Selvalakshmi, Assistant Professor and HOD, Department of Yoga, Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. She is a gold medalist in her MPED and in physical education test for lectureship eligibility, working as an assistant professor in TNPESU, Department of Yoga. She has multiple awards and accolades like Yoga Moolar in yoga, represented Tamil Nadu twice and Pondicherry State in hockey, represented University of Madras in hockey and in the football team. She is a life member of the National Association of Physical Education and Sports Sciences. She is the Vice President of Tamil Nadu Women Yoga Association, Chennai. She's the chairman and she's the chairman of the technical committee of Tamil Nadu Young Olympian Association, Chennai. We welcome you.
A very good afternoon to one and all.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your brief introduction.
Please, ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible? Can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to one and all present over here for this international workshop. First of all, I would like to show my gratitude to the organizers, my special gratitude to Mr. K.RATNA SABAPATHY, my beloved student, and my beloved guru, I can say, Dr. R. Ilangovan sir, who is the one who inspires me in this field, and all other organizers. I am so grateful to you. And can I share the screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Screen share agudama?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
Full image key
okay. Is it okay now?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Ellam valla iraiva potri. Before getting into my presentation, this is my bounden duty to pay my respect and my namaskars and pranams to the great gurus of yoga, one in the north and one in the south, who is the father, we can say, who promoted, who introduced, who brought this great thing, and they have handed over to the humankind to, bring out from this sufferings. My namaskaram and pranams to the great sages, Tirumular and Patanjali Maharishi. And today I'm just going to share a few things about yoga. I know that the participants, those who are here in this workshop, are full and full from the yogic background. I can see the participants, and one or two maybe new to yogic field, and of course new in the sense you are not very new to yoga. You know what is meant by yoga, and maybe a little knowledge you might be having, and it is not like it is you don't know the ABCD of yoga. And even though what I have and I learned from my teachers and from others, I would like to just share with you. So let us know, already the title of the workshop have been decided. On that basis, I have chosen this topic, that too for this COVID-19 situation. I think this will be very useful. So let me have, in this sense, yoga, it is a boon to boost immunity. There are various things which can boost our immunity. I used to say there is a no cost thing. Yoga is the investment where there is no cost, but the thing which we reap out of it a large. So yoga is going to be a boon for everybody, not even a single individual is left out. For there is no differentiation in caste, creed, anything, nothing. Whomsoever, as like COVID, which shows its face to each and every nook and corner of the humankind, here yoga is going to be a boon for every individual, those who are there in the universe. So with this, just we will have a recap over what is the purpose of life and what are all the things. Then I think it will be easy for us to understand, and it should be a coherent, it should go in a coherence. So what is the purpose, and why, what for we are here in this universe, and why we are here, and knowing the reason, then we will come to know why we should lead a healthy life, and what are all the ways for having a happy life and healthy life, and how to boost our immunity. So it is, what are all the things I share with you is, first of all, it is from a reputed sources, and then it is from my personal experience, and then the next is from the gurus and teachers. So nothing is my own words here. Purpose of life, of course, we all know it is to eliminate the tamas. We know what is meant by tamas. That is why in the beginning itself, I told you, all of us are from the same field, and more or less we will be knowing the technical terms and words associated with yoga. And you can see, to eliminate the tamas, the lethargy, what we call it as, we are lazy, and these kind of qualities are to be eliminated, and to refine rajas, where we are so aggressive, we have the rajasic guna with us. It may be, when we take these three things into our life, it may be in any form. It may be in the character, it may be in the behavior of yourself, it may be in the food, whatever it may be. And all these three things are to be either eliminated or it should be refined. And the other one is the sattva, care of yourself, has the sattvic food has to be taken. No, in this sense we have to understand the sattva is to be promoted. And of course, what are, if I post a question to you, what is the purpose of life? Generally, what would be the answer is, right from the kid, right from the kid who starts speaking. If you ask them, they will be having some answer. But when you come to, when they understand what is life, and when they understand what we are asking, the answer will be to be happy. And how it should be, how you can reach this happiness, or how you can obtain this happiness, again it is a question mark. This is where the answer is coming at the later slides. So to reach the shore of happiness, not simply having the happiness of having one chocolate a day, and having a job in your time, and having a nice husband or wife, or having wonderful kids. It is not the maximum happiness. You should reach the shore of happiness. That is what each and every individual we are expecting. And of course, realization of cosmic consciousness, just like that. No, simply no, we are born, we are living, and we are going to leave one day from this earth. It is not the life, and it is not the purpose of life. At least you should know, and you should realize of about the cosmic consciousness. And to overcome ignorance, from Patanjali's Yoga Sudra, we might be knowing, what are all the avidyas. Here, to overcome ignorance is another important purpose of life. All these things are to be considered, and this should happen in our life. Then it is where the purpose of life is going to be solved, or it is going to be met with. And if this is the purpose of life, then what is going to be the aim of life? Of course, being yoga professionals, nobody is there without knowing these four qualities. Of course, it is dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Each and every one of us have these four things to be done in our life. And of course, that is the aim of our life, where to achieve this aim, or to fulfill this aim, or to in order to take this aim in our life, we have to perform all these four things, and it has to happen in our life. That is the science of duty. Being a children, you know what is the duty of yourself. Being an adolescent, we know what is the duty of an adolescent: to be in the school, to be with the teacher, to be in the society, to be in the family, and of course the grahastha, and whoever it may be, knowing their stage or their position. Accordingly, the signs of duty changes. We have a lot of duties to be played, a lot of duties to be done. We should know the signs of duty, and it has to be performed according to the time and place. And of course, we should know the meaning of life. What is meant by life? Just like that, leading something, it is not the life. There should be a meaning. நம்ம வாழ்ற வாழ்க்கைக்கு ஒரு அர்த்தம் இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு பெரியவங்க நமக்கு சொல்லி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. It is what, எப்படி வேணாலும் வாழலாம் அப்படிங்கிறது, it is not life. This is the way how we have to lead a life. There should be a meaning of life. Of course, karma, there should be enjoyment in life. Based on the there are certain principles to be followed for this enjoyment also. The enjoyment should be within the principle, within the limit, and it should not hurt, or it should not by அடுத்தவங்களை தொந்தரவு பண்ணி, அடுத்தவங்களை டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ணி, by disturbing others. What we have as an enjoyment, it is not at all fine. This karma here, the enjoyment of life is entirely different. Of course, we know how to enjoy the life. And moksha, after the all these things, knowing the meaning of life, after enjoying your life and performing your duties, we should be free from this worldly pleasure once. one or the other day all have to leave this, or we have to vacate this place because this is not our destiny, and we have to leave this place one day. The one fine day it is going to come in everybody's life, and that has to be a freedom from this worldly pleasure. It should not be a curse, we have to be free. We know the value of freedom. So that is what moksha is, and we have to find the ways and means to achieve all these things. Okay. For this reason only I have taken these two things as my preliminary thing. And now let me come to our the main topic, where we are going to see something about yoga. We know, to achieve the purpose, or to have the aim of life, everything, we need some unique thing to help us, to have all those things what we have seen. Here it is almost we have found long ago, years, thousands of years ago itself, it has been given to us, in the hands of every humankind it has been given. Whereas the uniqueness or the importance or the value were not known or were not identified for quite some time. Whereas now, of course, we have to thank this current scenario and this COVID-19 virus, at least now, though it has its own harm, and though it is a negative thing, one or the other way, it has helped the humankind all over the world, the entire world. It turns its face towards yoga, where this COVID has given that kind of importance to yoga. At least for that reason, we will thank God for bringing this kind of one thing into this scenario. Of course, Swami Satyananda Saraswati, we know what are all the meaning, definitions. We have read a lot in books, and many things we know. It's be good, do good, and it is going to be the union of body. All sorts of basic definitions we know. But in this context, we have to understand a little beyond that. We know, of course, yoga is union of all the three dimensions. It is a triangle, but beyond that, it is a way of life we can see. Generally, I used to say, and many gurus, many learned yoga teachers, they used to use these terms. It is a way of life, like how we lead a life. Knowingly, we will not be leading a wrong lead a happy, good, and proper life. Similarly, here yoga, here it is going to be, in this sense, it has been defined by Swami Satyananda Saraswati. It is not an ancient myth buried in oblivion. It is the most valuable inheritance of the present. It is the most valuable inheritance of the present. It is the essential need of today and the culture of tomorrow. So wherever I share my knowledge, the last sentence of these words, I used to make a special mention about it. It is the essential need of today, and it is going to be the tomorrow's culture. No, it is, of course, the words are same, culture of tomorrow. It is today's need and tomorrow's culture. Today's need and tomorrow's culture. This is what I would like to share. Am I audible? I think somebody is raising hand, and can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, ma. Thank you. No, I thought here I have some poor network connection, so I just want to confirm whether I'm audible or not. Okay, thank you. So it is going to be today's need and tomorrow's culture. Today's need and tomorrow's culture. See, what is today's need and tomorrow's culture has to be understood in a proper way. Generally, we know the need, the ancient period, or we used to say at the பிகினிங் நம்ம மனிதன் தோன்றின நேரத்துல அப்படின்னு நம்ம சொல்லும்போது we used to see there is only three prime things they are in need of, the food, shelter, and the other one, the clothes to wear. உண்ண உணவும் இருக்க இடம், உடுக்க உடையும் இருக்க இடமும், இது மூணும் தான் அவங்களுடைய தேவையா இருந்துச்சு. I think you can understand, and I think most of you are from Tamil Nadu and one or two are from other states, I can understand. So it is like food to eat and clothes to wear and the shelter to dwell in. So this is what the essential and the prime needs we used to say in early stage. Later you can see what they had, they ate what they have. Initially they used to wear the clothes made of leaves and other things, just they covered their body, அதுதான் அவங்க பண்ணினாங்க. And then எங்க இடம் கிடைச்சதோ அங்க இருந்தாங்க. What happens next, we all know. When days have gone, they started wearing cloths made of the skin of the animals. நம்ம தோல்ல செய்யப்பட்ட உடைகளை உடுக்க ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறமா வந்து சமைக்கணும், பழம், இயற்கையா கிடைச்ச பழம் அதுங்களை சாப்பிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து அனிமல்ஸை ஹண்ட் பண்ணி சாப்பிட ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. அதையும் பச்சையா சாப்பிட்டாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறமா சுட்டு சாப்பிட்டாங்க. ஸோ இன் திஸ் வே த கல்ச்சர் ஹவ் பீன் டெவலப்ட். ஆனா இன்னைக்கு இந்த ஸ்டேஜ்ல what life we are leading is the cultural shift, I can say, cultural development, or now of course we can say. And now 10-20 years back how we were, and 10 years back how we were, and at present how we are, at least a few months back how we are. We were in the class, in a teacher in front, and we were sitting over there, a resource person in the front, and we were listening to the resource. And now we can observe where we are and where this culture is going. So this is what we have to understand. Now let me come to the point. So if anything is going to be the need of today, it is sure going to be the culture of tomorrow. There is no doubt in it. So this online teaching, online attending of classes, it is a need today. It is not like just like that, as like we use the all these electronic gadgets. It is not like that. It is a purpose, and we are forced to use this kind of teaching today. So it becomes a need of the today. Whereas I think you believe in me, or you accept with me, tomorrow it is going to be the culture. One or the other day, it may be 2 years ago, or 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, I think there will be a drastic change in this traditional teaching method where everything is going to be online. Maybe. I'm not saying it's going to be, maybe. Because we know what are all the possibilities. It is understood that there is a possibility of having the schoolings at home without going to the school. When this is, or there is a possibility of conducting a research or conducting an workshop or a webinar, whatever it is possible. So it is going to be a culture of tomorrow. Similarly, if you take yoga into our daily life today, there are, I can see, and youngsters are there, and of course married men, women, everybody are there. If we take yogic way of life, or if we take yoga into our life, and if it becomes a way of life today, when it becomes a need today, and there is no doubt in that tomorrow it is going to be a culture. Whereas ourselves, if we are having children, the children are going to follow the parents, and once they are going to be a parent, and their children are going to take yoga into their daily life. As like we teach them how to sit, how to pray, how to be clean and other things, this yogic practices and yogic way of life is also going to be teaching of the parents, or we are going to be, once we will be going to be the ancestor for our future generation. And there is no doubt in it, we are going to have this yogic way of culture tomorrow. So this is what it has been said long back ago by Swami Satyananda Saraswati. And here it is the comparison of yoga and veena. We know how veena, it gives the music when it is been played properly, when the strings are tuned properly, it is going to give the music which is so pleasant to us. What happens if the thing is not tuned properly? ஸ்வரம் அதை சரியா நம்ம வந்து மீட்டும் போது நமக்கு நல்ல ஸ்வரமா இருக்கும், நல்ல இனிமையான இசை கிடைக்கும். வேறஸ் அதுவே நம்ம வந்து சரியா அந்த அந்த வீணையில இருக்கக்கூடியதை நம்ம வந்து வீணையை சரியா மீட்டல அப்படின்னா, அதை வாசிக்கலைன்னா என்ன ஆகும்? அதுவே அபஸ்வரமா ஈனஸ்வரமா போகும் இல்லைங்களா? திஸ் இஸ் வாட் இட் கேன் பி கம்பேர். சேம் வே இட் இஸ் லைக் யூ கேன் see only if it is played harmoniously, ஒரு இணக்கத்தோட ஒரு அதை வந்து ஒரு ஒரு என்ஜாய் பண்ணி, when you enjoy and tune it properly, it is going to be நமக்கு ஒரு அருமையான ஒரு இசையை கொடுக்கும். Otherwise it is not possible. Similarly here yoga is also going to be in harmony. The positive health, what we say as positive health, it depends upon the body and the mind. The previous resource persons, they all spoke many things about mind, also about prana also. We will also come inside where this body and mind coordination, it is very essential to lead a positive health, and that depends by practicing yoga. So of course we know where yoga it stands, and we know yoga is the end as well as mean. And we know starting from yama niyama principle and it goes to samadhi, whereas nothing is beyond samadhi. That is what I am trying to convey here. திருமூல ரொம்ப அழகா நமக்கு சொல்லியிருக்கிறாரு. அந்நெறி இன்னெறி என்ன தட்டாங்க தன்னெறி சென்று சமாதியிலே நின்மென் நன்னெறி செல்வார்க்கு ஞாலத்தில் ஏகலாம் புன்னெறி யாக்கத்தில் போக்கில்லையாகுமே. This is what he has said very rightly. Thousands of years ago நமக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப அழகா திருமூலர் சொல்லிட்டு போயிருக்கிறாரு. என்ன சொல்றாரு? when you have something in your mind, like நீங்க வந்து ஒரு ஞானத்தை அடையணும், to reach the path of ஞானா, don't waver here or there. இங்க போலாமா அங்க போலாமா, whether we have to read scriptures, கோயிலுக்கு போலாமா, பஜன் பாடலாமா, அதெல்லாம் எதுவுமே வேண்டாம். you take up one thing which is called as அஷ்டாங்க யோகா. அதை பிடிச்சிட்டு நீங்க அது மேல ஏறி போயிடுங்க. that is the one surest way to reach the ஞானா. this is what the meaning which was conveyed by the great sage திருமூலர் in his அந்த திருமந்திரத்துல நமக்கு சொல்ற மூணாவது தந்திரத்துல ரொம்ப அழகா நமக்கு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. அந்நெறி இன்னெறி எண்ணாது, அங்க இங்கன்னு எதையும் எண்ணாது நினைக்காம, சரிங்களா? அட்டாங்க தன்னெறி சென்று அஷ்டாங்க வழியில போங்க அப்படிங்கறத நமக்கு அப்பவே சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. so that is what I am trying to convey to you. And now let us come to where yoga stands. Of course we all know what is its role and where it stands. It doesn't look after only one particular aspect of the human being. Of course we know the World Health Organization, it has given a wonderful definition about health. It is going to be a complete, it is not like simply stating that the health of, it is a complete state of. So the World Health Organization's definition, it goes like this: it is the state of complete physical, mental, emotional, social and spiritual well-being, and not merely the absence of diseases or infirmities. This is what definition given. So all the dimensions, since yoga, health is multi-dimensions, here it speaks about the multi aspects or multi dimensions of health. And this is what we see in a different way. So physical, mental, intellectual characteristics, it can develop through yoga. That is what the thing is. And the all-round development, it is possible. And where we are forced to lead a life in this hectic technological era, and the speed is too fast, which is hectic. So this can be balanced only through yoga. And today morning also, Ilangovan sir, he has pointed out many things from Upanishads, and he has rightly pointed many things. And I know I'm not going to brief anything here. I'll skip it. So according to Taittiriya Upanishad, we know our body is made up of 5 sheaths or existence, which is called as koshas. When it comes to 5 layers, it is panchakoshas. And this is where we are talking about this aspects of health also. In yogic terms, we are going to see, and in common term, it is like physical, mental, social, and all other aspects. So the 5 layers are, it goes like this. Annamaya, and of course the previous resource person Swamini also, she spoke about the koshas, Manomaya kosha, Vijnanamaya kosha, and Anandamaya kosha. And I'll just like that, I'll just skip the slides. The first gross sheath we know, which is the physical frame and which fulfills the biological functions. And next is the pranamaya kosha, which plays a major role, and where the prana, it is going to be the dominant factor here. And manomaya kosha, of course, it is subtler to prana, is the mind, and it deals with the thoughts, emotions, etc. And it is the knowledge and wisdom sheath, where the one which is called as buddhi, otherwise we can say manasum buddhiyum அப்படின்னு வரும்போது buddhi will direct you. It is the discriminating faculty. எது சரி எது தவறுன்னு நமக்கு சொல்லி கொடுக்கக்கூடிய விஷயம்தான் நம்மளுடைய விஞ்ஞானமய கோஷா. And then of course the final is the blissful body, which is the we call it as Anandamaya kosha, the inner silence. All these 5 are the panchakoshas, where only through yogic practices, the single unique individual practice, where all these koshas can be enhanced. No need to go in search of different activities to enhance all these layers. So here we can see the slide, it shows asana, kriya, and diet, everything. It will feed annamaya kosha. Pranayama practices, it will enhance pranayamaya kosha. And manomaya kosha can be dealt with meditation and devotional sessions. And having this clear ideas will help to enhance the buddhi. And of course being contented or being happy in all circumstances, it will enhance Anandamaya kosha. Now let me come to what we are expecting and what you are expecting from me. So we can see now we are under a battle against this COVID-19, which is called as the coronavirus. See, it has brought a lot to the humankind to learn, to understand, to feel. Many things happens here. This is what it has been given in this picture. It shows about women and girls. Of course, it is not only for women and girls, it is for the entire humankind. And of course I can convey in the sense, you can see in 7 areas it has shown its face, its bad face. And you see increased risk for the frontline health workers. I'll just go in this thing. I'll just skip it because we have lot at the back. And now we can just view what are all the thing. And reduced access to the vital health services. All these are the day-to-day thing we are facing. So in healthcare system, we are having these through problems. And health and well-being, we are having, of course, there are since it has been for women and men, it is for both the sex also. And for women, it is going to be again the risk of pregnancy related deaths and teen pregnancies, and many issues are there. Coming to the economic effect, it is like great burden of domestic and other works. And many have lost their jobs, higher rates of job losses, and the financial independence have been reduced. And the future prospects also, it has become a great question mark again. And we are fighting against this particular virus or this scenario to retain or to regain back what we were earlier. And here, after knowing this, we have to understand that yoga, it plays a significant role in I'm just taking this COVID because we know in this juncture, I would like to mention that if you take the statistics and see the people, those who are more immune are the one who possess no their immunity power is more, they are less affected or they are not affected. This is what one thing we understood, when we have strong immune power, or when our immune system is very strong, we are not prone to any this kind of viruses, are not able to affect persons of more immunity. The one with less immunity, or where they are lacking or they are having the problem in their immune system, they are more very easily they are prone to this affection. This is what one thing it has been understood, and this has to be accepted. If you are if you are accepting or not, this is the fine truth which has been under research it has been found. So this is because I'm taking this particular situation alone to make clear that immunity, it plays a vital role, and how yoga is going to improve the immunity. And this rehabilitation of COVID-19 patients in quarantine and isolation, also for them also yoga is going to play a vital role. Of course, we are seeing in the daily news, in the in Ayush also recommendations were given. The government has given us a lot about yogic practices, and they are propagating a lot about yoga to be done. And the steps have been taken to teach yoga in the rehabilitation centers also. So they are particularly useful in allaying their fears and anxiety, whereas நோயை விட அது நோய் இருக்குதுன்னு நினைச்சு நம்ம பயப்படுறதுல தான் நிறைய ப்ராப்ளம் வரும். வி யூஸ் டு சே ஜென்ரலா நம்ம வந்து கலோக்கியலி வி யூஸ் டு சே பாம்பு கடிச்சு அந்த விஷத்துல சாவறத விட பாம்பு கடிச்சிச்சுன்ற பயத்துல சாவறவங்க தான் நிறைய பேர் இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ தட் வாஸ் த கண்டிஷன் நவ் ஆல்சோ. This is as like other flu, it is also which can be managed, but the fear and the anxiety, it kills many people. And since we all know, and yoga day have been introduced of course 5 years back, and we have already celebrated the 6th also. We know what is meant by the common yoga protocol, and all these things are based on that only. So yoga based lifestyle modules, it is for different sets of society. It may be for young children, it is for the geriatric community, it is for the adolescent, for the affected people, for the one who recovered from the problem. Many things are there, and there are certain objectives based on which this yoga based lifestyle modules can be used. One thing is, and the first foremost objective is to improve general immunity among the population, whoever it may be, any kind of people among the population. To improve general immunity is the prime objective. And prehabilitation of this vulnerable population, those who are very weak, ரொம்ப வீக்கா இருப்பாங்க இல்லைங்களா, அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு. ஸோ த வல்னரபிள் பாப்புலேஷன்ஸ் யாரெல்லாம் பார்த்தா சில்ட்ரன், எல்டர்லி, அண்ட் த ஒன் ஹூ ஆர் வித் காமோபிட் கண்டிஷன்ஸ். அதாவது நம்ம சொல்றாங்க இல்லைங்களா, டயபெட்டிஸ் இருக்கிறவங்க, எனி கைண்ட் ஆஃப் அதர் கேன்சர்ஸ் இருக்கிறவங்க, டயபெட்டிஸ் இருக்கிறவங்க, எனி கைண்ட் ஆஃப் chronic illness இருக்கிறவங்க, ஆல் தே கம் அண்டர் திஸ் vulnerable populations. And the patients, those who are in isolation and quarantine with or without symptoms. So for this particular set of people, and to add on yoga based interventions and meditations for the COVID cases, அது ஐசோலேஷன்ல இருந்தாலும் சரி, those who are under hospitalization for psychosocial care. So this is the 3 objectives on which we are going to see the yoga based lifestyle modules. And you can see, for health promotion in healthy individual, நல்லா இருக்கிறோம், நார்மலா இருக்கிறோம், for them also the health will be promoted. For that reason we can take yoga in our lifestyle, and it can be a lifestyle modification where yoga can be taken as one of the lifestyle module and yoga based lifestyle module to improve immune resilience in healthy population of all ages of all groups. And we know what is meant by CYP, the common yoga protocol, which we used to practice at the beginning of every International Yoga Day. It is about 45 minutes module. No, there are many modules here prepared. 5 minutes, 10 minutes module, 20 minutes module, many modules are there. Whereas this common yoga protocol with 45 minutes module, it is the one which will be a safe practice to improve what I told you about the aspects of health, that is physical, mental, emotional and spiritual health of the population. You can see right from the beginning, the prayer, right from the prayer and loosening, it goes on with a few asanas, pranayama, and then relaxation and one kind of meditation, and many things are there included in this common yoga protocol, and it is going to be a safe practice to improve all these aspects. And am I audible and am I clear? I think I'm going so fast.
Ma'am, it's quite fine, ma'am.
Fine, okay, because I think I'm going beyond the time. Without my knowledge, I'm just running, I think. Another 10 minutes, because and another 10 minutes, okay. So when we do this practice on empty stomach, that is fine. Generally, it is advised, we know what is the impact of empty stomach on yogic practices. Only when it is done in an empty stomach, and it is going to improve the immune system. And here I am just going to focus only on what are the yogic practices and how it is going to work on the we know the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system, and how it works. Why? Because many resource persons, they have spoken about sir, Ilangon sir spoke about the diet and other things. Madam spoke about pranayama, and here we are going to see the general one particular module, how it is going to improve the immune system on the whole. So if you don't have time, or if you don't find time, at least we can go for 20 or the 10-minute modules, which is possible. And it is also recommended for the children's, adults and youths, or the elderly, the geriatric population, to be repeated twice a day, so that they can do twice a day, morning on the evening. And you can see, apart from the CYP, Jalaniti, Sutraniti and Bhastrika Kriya, these three are the one which is recommended once or twice in a week for improving our immunity. And of course, Yoga Nidra practice for 20 to 30 minutes. No, it is also the one which is going to help us to reduce the stress, or to recover us from the anxiety and the stress, and in turn it is going to enhance the immune system, or it is going to boost the immune system. So along with the common yoga protocol, these three kriyas also can be included in the yogic time. And you see, of course, I'm also, I would fail if I don't touch this area, yogic diet. And it is, it's the advice. It is the advice from the medical side, or it's a general advice given to anybody who take up yogic practices, that if you are prone to, along with this COVID condition, I'm just taking this and this particular patients, and for the common people also. If a person is prone to any kind of this diabetes, heart issues, hypertension, any kind of issues like this, and here we have to pay attention to the medical advice given on diet. That means, along with the diet which is prescribed for these kind of issues, then the add-on thing can be yoga. That means you should focus more on the diet. Like sattvic diet is good, but there are certain things to be avoided for diabetes or heart diseases And for that reason, medical advice are to be sought, and based on the advice or based on the medical advice, the diet should be recommended for or to be taken by this population. And as an add-on concept, yoga can be used, that is to promote the mental health. This yogic diet is for their physical health, and yoga will help to promote their mental health. And generally, the people with illness or the people with any ailments, for them, the home cooked food is most important, and the traditional food is going to play a vital role, whereas it is not advised to have outside food. That is another thing. And again, this is also according to the disease condition. And a person with any kind of ailment, diabetes or hypertension or any ulcer, duodenal ulcer are there, many ulcers are there, cancers are there, and many things are there. So there is a restriction for each condition. And most important, they have to take these food in the moderate quantity, and also it should be consumed at regular timings. That is most important. When it is traditionally cooked, when it is the food advised by the medical people, but what happens if you don't take it in the required amount, or if it is not taken or consumed in the right time, again it is going to be a backfire for anybody. Of course it has its own its consequences have to be faced by us when it is overeaten or less taken, and when it is not taken in the right time, again there are a lot of consequences to be faced. And of course, the following things are to be avoided: tobacco, alcohol, and other addictive drugs. That is most important, where it is going to, again it will deteriorate the immune system of anybody. So this is very essential to have a note on this abstinence from substances abuse, including tobacco, alcohol, etc. And of course, the relaxation and many things I have given here. For the respiratory distress, exclusively for this COVID condition, I have given some examples also: mindfulness meditation, transcendental yoga nidra, progressive relaxation, quick relaxation, deep relaxation. Whereas by the command by the yoga therapists or yoga teachers, or it can be in recorded voice, so that everyone in the isolation ward also can do this. Now we will come to actually the module. You can see, for prevention, rehabilitation, and for increasing the immunity, these can be the recommended yoga module. We know Shodhana Kriya, that is the cleansing practices, and this loosening the joints, where the importance is given for the movements of joints before getting into yogic practices. And coming to yogasanas, these are certain asanas which works on each part of the body, and it is going to tone up, it is going to massage, it is going to boost the hormonal secretion, whereas in turn, as a result, the immune system is going to be developed, and of course the respiratory system is also going to be enhanced. Whereas only when there is a congestion or when there is a disturbance in the respiratory system, the prana is going to be affected. When the prana is affected, of course the entire koshas are going to be affected. In turn, it leads to certain issues. When these kind of chest expansion practices are done, generally the flow of prana is going to be free, and when the pranayama kosha is strengthened or enhanced, in turn it will help to boost other systems also. So Kapalpati, it improves the pulmonary functions and reduces the secretions, which is the unnecessary secretions over there. And it is very useful preparatory practice for pranayama, and it helps to cleanse the frontal sinuses. Coming to pranayama, sectional breathing, of course, all the three lobes of the lungs are going to be used, where we are using it very sparingly. And one thing we should know, when something is, you know, something is not used or overused or misused, it is going to be worthless. Okay, எது ஒண்ணுமே நம்ம அதிகப்படியா அதை யூஸ் பண்ணாலோ, அதை வந்து நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ணாமலே அதை செயல்படுத்தாமலே வச்சிருந்தாலோ, அல்லது தவறான முறையில நம்ம வந்து அதை பயன்படுத்தினாலோ, அது வந்து அதுக்கு பிரச்சனை தான் வரும். அது வந்து நமக்கு வந்து உபயோகமா இருக்க போறது இல்லை. அதே தான் எங்கேயும், when you don't use all the lobes of the lung, it is going to be shrinked, it is going to be kept idle, whereas again the breathing is going to be very ஒரு ஹாலோவா இருக்கும், ஒரு ஷாலோஸ் பிரீதிங் மாதிரியும், ஒரு நார்மல் பிரீதிங் இருக்காது, where you will be finding it very difficult, your energy level will be low. For that you have to boost all the three lobes following the pranayam, full yogic breathing. That is what the sectional breathing is. Of course, Nadi Shodhana, Ujjayi and Brahmari Pranayama are going to enhance the immune system. Coming to, so asana pranayama, next comes pratyahara, to withdraw the sense and to make yourself travel inward. Yoga Nidra is the practice which helps us, and a reduction in the sympathetic arousal. That is what I'm trying to say. No, the one which makes us to arouse or to feel or to become excited, that has to be brought out, or you have to come out of that particular emotional disturbance. This will happen by practicing Yoga Nidra. So reduction in the sympathetic arousal and the reduced emotional distress, it will help improve the sleep. When the quality of the sleep is improved, then normally the stress or depression or the entire what to say is the what we say is the entire function, the whole functions of the body is going to be enhanced. So to regenerate the body and to keep the mind calm, pranayama, pratyahara, that is Yoga Nidra practice, is going to help a lot. So the dharana and dhyana practice, meditative practices, and the breath awareness, that is the general meditative. I am not specifically mentioning about any particular meditation. Any kind of meditation you can practice. Even if you don't know any particular meditation, simple breath awareness, it becomes one of the thing. So here breath awareness, it becomes the dharana, and it will lead to dhyana later stage. So this meditation, when it is practiced, it reduces the anxiety and the stress by reducing the cortisol level. That is why I told you yoga is playing a vital role in the neuroimmune system, or in the we used to call it as the major role played by the secretions. We might not be aware of it. பார்க்கிறதுக்கு the person seems to be very healthy, நல்ல ஒரு physique இருக்கும், ஒரு personality இருக்கும், they looks like a good personality physically, they seems to be very healthy and other things, whereas they'll be having some sort of problem, and we might not be aware of what is the reason for this problem. It is because of this hormones which plays a vital role. We know people all at a sudden becoming too fat and or too thin, and this thyroid hormone, it plays a vital role. And now, of course, now we are having some awareness about if anybody is too if they are overweight, at least we are having the knowledge of advising them to go for thyroid checkup. So this is how meditation, it helps to reduce the anxiety and the stress by reducing the cortisol level, that is the stress hormone we used to call cortisol level, and to enhance the alpha brain wave, where it is said that the brain wave, when it is said to be in the alpha state, then it is said that the mind is calm. It is in the alpha state, that means the mind is very calm and it is very soothed. So it makes the body to be stable and the mind to be calm. It all happens because of meditation, and that is possible only through meditation. So this neuroendocrine system, that is where all these hormones, it come inside neuroendocrine system. So balancing this functions of neuroendocrine system, thereby it enhances the immune system. We have to see all these hormones, like we know about the glands, all these endocrine glands and exocrine glands, and what it secretes, all the like pituitary gland, thyroid gland, many glands are there, and it secretes its own hormone, and each and every hormone, it has its own values and importance and its uniqueness in the in the regular activity, the metabolism, the entire metabolism, it depends upon the secretion of the endocrine systems. Here also it has to be balanced. See, nothing should be either over secreted or under secreted. நம்ம சொல்லலாம் மிகினும் குறையினும் தீது செய்யும், அல்லது அது வந்து குறைதான். நமக்கு மிகினும் குறையினும் அது வந்து நமக்கு தீது, அதிகமானாலும் குறைஞ்சு போனாலும் அது நமக்கு அது பிரச்சனையில தான் முடியும். அது மாதிரி இந்த கிளான்ஸ்ல வர செக்ரீஷன்ஸ் ஹார்மோன்ஸ் அதுவுமே கூட அதிகமா சுரந்தாலும் பிரச்சனை, கம்மியா சுரந்தாலும் பிரச்சனை. நம்ம இந்த எண்டோகிரைன் சிஸ்டம் பத்தி நம்ம வந்து அனாட்டமில படிச்சிருப்போம். we would have read about endocrine systems, its secretions and its secretions and its problem also when it is over secreted. For example, the growth hormone அதிகமா செக்ரேட் ஆனாக்க ஜெயண்டிசம், அதுவே கம்மியா செக்ரேட் ஆனா டுவாஃபிசம், அதாவது நம்ம ஒரு ஹியூஜ் பாடியா நமக்கு வந்து டெவலப் ஆகல, ஜெய்ஜாண்டிக்கா இருக்கிறாங்கன்னு சொல்லுவோம் இல்லையா, அதோட மோசமா போறது. when it is less, அந்த ஹார்மோன் குறையா இருக்குன்னா டுவாஃபிசம், குள்ளமா இருக்கு. இன் திஸ் வே தைராய்ட்லயுமே வந்து நமக்கு ஹைப்பர் தைராய்டு இருக்கு, ஹைப்போ தைராய்டு இருக்கு. சிமிலர்லி the balance of these functions of neuroendocrine system, thereby என்ன நடக்கும்னு பார்த்தா the immune system at last it is going to directly shows its impact on the immune system. When this neuroendocrine system is balanced, it enhances the immune system, or the immune system can be boosted through this endocrine system. And this is what I am just trying to convey. I have given certain modules also. Whereas on the whole, I am trying to convey, or I am just I just want to say, it is only yogic practices, where which includes everything within it, for all the aspects of the body or the health, like taking into the koshas, all the koshas can be enhanced. Or when it comes to the physiological terms, like all aspects, physical, physiological, and all aspects of health can be dealt with, or all aspects of health can be enhanced, can be fed with only yogic practices. And in turn, when these yogic practices are taken into our life, in this situation as well as in our regular situation, it is going to be, no doubt in it, it is going to be the boon to enhance our immune system. And it is the only, I can say it is the only way to enhance our immune system without any we don't need to pay for it. It is the gift of the, otherwise I used to say it's a cosmic gift given to the humankind, where it has to be understood at the right time, and it has to be taken into the life at the right time. And Atha Yoga Anushasanam, it was the Sudra which speaks about Ippoldu yoga starts by now. And though we are in yogic field, we might not be a regular practitioners by this time. I request all of you to take up yoga into your life. And yoga is going to be a way of life, and which is going to be the only way to boost your immune system, and the only system which is going to save you, safeguard you from any kind of illness, and nothing can get into your system. That means in your life, nothing, no negatives in your life. It is only through yogic practices. So by the words of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, life is here to be enjoyed, and ourselves, no one is having no, the right to suffer. If we don't take care of our body, we are going to suffer, but we don't have the right to suffer. This is what he is trying to say. So according to his words, it is generally, I am using this slide wherever I go. It is wiser to wear the good quality shoes instead of removing nails and thorns. That means if you catch hold of any ailments, like if you have diabetes, if you have cold, if you have depression, if you have any kind, it is not advisable to go and treat each and every one of the ailments, or it is not advisable to take up no remedy for each and every thing when it comes. Instead, taking yogic practices is going, it is like wearing a good quality shoes to avoid the thorns and nails spread on the road. So of course, yoga, it is going to be the one which recuperates the natural strength of the body. No need for any additional things to get into the body. Any வெளியிலேருந்து நம்ம எதுவும் உள்ள எடுத்துக்கணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை. It is the one way of enhancing the natural strength. And of course, we know yoga was considered to be magic, but now it is not. It is understood that it's the only mean for all kind of ailments. So this is what I'm trying to, it is effective in interventional tool. It is not like just a word. It is an effective interventional tool for many maladies, many issues. So this has to be accepted. My lovable participants and my dear teachers, gurus, everybody, with your thing, let us take time to do what makes our soul happy. That is most important. Only if our soul are happy, then the body is going to be happy. So don't think of what will happen next. Of course, as per the government's advice, we have started living with, once we were afraid of, and then slowly we have developed the quality to live along with corona, and now we are ready to lead the life with anything in future also. So stop thinking of what could go wrong and stop thinking of what could go right. And whatever you do in your life, yoga shows how to do it better. This is what you have to take it in your life, that yoga is the only mean or the source which is going to show you the right direction. And whatever you do, but when you take up yoga in your life, it is going to show you how to do it better. And thank you all of you, and I thank God Almighty. I thank my teachers, gurus, and all my well-wishers who have been a part of my life, and by whom I'm here today, and who have helped me to reach this height in my life. And of course, my great thank you to the organizers, without whom I would not have been known to you, this particular group of participants. And my special thanks to the organizing committee members, and a great thank you to my beloved guru, I can say Ilangovan sir, and one of the organizer, and SABAPATHY, my beloved student, who is always having a great concern to me, and he will never leave me for any function. He will just give me an opportunity. Only if I refuses, then he will move on to the next. Otherwise, he will give me opportunity in each and every endeavor in his life. And thank you all of you, and thank you participants for your patience listening. I don't know whether I have given you, I have fulfilled your expectations or not. What I possess, a little knowledge I have been within me, I have delivered it to you. Hope something I have given it to you. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a wonderful speech, which shows a healthy body and a disciplined mind are the foundation for a world free from fear, because each soul is very potentially fine. As we all know very well, yoga is 99% practical and 1% theory. Because without practicing yoga in our day-to-day life, it is not possible. Because yoga is a perfect opportunity to be curious about who you are. When we practice the sequence of yogic practices, actually that builds our immune power also, because yoga heals the soul. Any action done with beauty and purity in complete harmony of body, mind and soul is an art. So that could be seen in your presentation today. As we all been well known with the other words, yoga is a science for better health, because it always provides a strength, positive energy, positive thinking, and all the way it boosts our immunity system also. So we can say yoga is the best medicine of our life. It allows to rediscover a sense of wholeness in all our life. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you, Elil. Thank you so much.
Now, vote of thanks by Ratna Sabapathy.
Good afternoon, one and all to present here. It is my privilege and proposed vote of thanks. As all good things come to an end in life, so it's the workshop on behalf of Paranjali College of Yoga and Research Center. I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks to those who are directly and indirectly contribute this workshop organized by the institution at the outset. I thank to special guest and chief guest and resource person Srimati Aknima from Mexico. I may like to express our sincere thanks to Honorable Dr. Ilangovan. The knowledge is power. If you know it's about the right person, some other people crossing in my life in the field of yoga, and few person only are inspiring me, and few people only my heart, and few people only living my heart, because always living my heart, Dr. Ilangovan sir. A special thanks to Swamini Ma Saktiananda from Mexico. She always guides us, they support us and inspire and to motivate us. A special thank to Dr. S. Selvalakshmi ma'am for kindly accepting our invitation and to attend the session, ma'am. Today is the day of, I say to thanks to you. I proudly say you are the great teacher. You are my teacher. I proudly say my best teacher from the best teachers not using the book, the great teachers only for using the knowledge, to deliver the knowledge which give us brightness in our life. The teacher is not a human being but keep the level of God, because God living the life, our teachers giving the more knowledge to me and wisdom in our life. The great teachers are usually a little crazy. One child, one book, one pen, one teacher. So our great teacher, Salvalakshmi ma'am, you can change the world. All quality in the one person, Dr. Salvi ma'am, I thank you once again to you. We are really enlightened with your presence, your knowledge and valuable information and share with our present time. A special thanks to Mrs. Elilarasi ma'am, the research scholar, and Vasanthi ma'am. I really thank to Vasanthi ma'am and Ananya and Sabarna and the Vishnu Chakravarti also and the organizing committee. The support, with your support only we are conducting the successful workshop. I am sure that the participants must have benefit by attending this workshop. I am very much thankful for all the persons to direct, no, and indirect to attend this session. Without the support, we can't do anything. So we can't do any events. My hearty thanks to all the participants to active participation with them warm words to kind message. We move to the end of the today workshop. Look forward to many more success this workshop. So I really thank you for all the participants and our guests also. And thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Pa. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabapathy. Now can we play national anthem?
Again, you will wait.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I will end this grand invocation of good health and peace with Shantipada. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve shantu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma karishyat dukkapad bhavet. May all be happy, may all be free from illness, may all see that which is auspicious, may no one suffer, because today is the auspicious day of Vinayagar Chaturthi. So we all wish for world peace, but world peace will never be achieved unless we first establish peace within our own mind. So may all this grade over soon. We will meet each other on the other new day with stronger, wiser, and more connected to ourselves, and better able to enjoy and appreciate the people and things that really matters. So thank you all for this wonderful day to be presented, and thank you all the participants, our organizing team, and all our chief guests. We thank our warm welcome and sincere thanks for your gratitudes today, and see you all tomorrow morning at 8:40 p.m. 8:40 a.m. for the International Yoga Online Workshop 2020, organized by Patanjali College of Yoga and Research Center, co-organized by Faculty of Yoga Sciences and Therapy, Meenakshi Academy of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Thank you.
Patanjali College of Yoga and
ரிசர்ச் சென்டர் யோகா ஃபார் ஆல் சென்னையில் மேற்கு முகப்பேர், வில்லிவாக்கம், சோழிங்கநல்லூர், தாம்பரம் மற்றும் ஓசூர், பொள்ளாச்சி, நாகப்பட்டினம், நாகர்கோவில், பூவரி போன்ற நகர்களில் வெற்றிகரமாக செயல்பட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கும் யோகா பயிற்சி மையம் தற்பொழுது திசையன்விளை மாநகரில் பிரம்மாண்டமாய் புதியதோர் கிளையை அமைத்துள்ளது. எங்களது யோகா ஃபார் ஆல் பயிற்சி மையத்தில் பள்ளி கல்லூரி மாணவர்களுக்கான யோகா பயிற்சி, ஞாபக சக்தியை வளர்க்கும் பயிற்சி, தேர்வு மற்றும் போட்டிகளுக்கான சிறப்பு பயிற்சி, SGFI கேம்ஸ், ரோப் யோகா, ஐஸ் யோகா, நீடில் யோகா, ரிதமெட்டிக் யோகா, அத்லெட்டிக் யோகா மற்றும் உலக சாதனைக்கான யோகா பயிற்சி, வில்வித்தை பயிற்சி, பள்ளி விளையாட்டு விழா மற்றும் ஆண்டு விழாவிற்கான மாஸ் யோகா பயிற்சி, தேசிய மற்றும் உலக யோகாசன பயிற்சிகள் மிக சிறந்த முறையில் நமது யோகா ஃபார் ஆல் சென்டரில் பயிற்றுவிக்கப்படுகிறது. பெரியவர்களுக்கான யோகா பயிற்சியில் ஆண் பெண் இருபாலருக்கும் தியானம், உடல் பருமனை குறைக்கும் பயிற்சி, பக்கவாதம் குணப்படுத்தும் பயிற்சி, நீரிழிவு நோய் குணப்படுத்தும் பயிற்சி அளிக்கப்படுகிறது. பள்ளி கல்லூரி மற்றும் தொழில் நிறுவனத்தில் உள்ள பணியாளர்களுக்கு சிறப்பு யோகா பயிற்சி அளிக்கப்படுகிறது. தினமும் காலை 5:30 மணி முதல் 7:30 மணி வரையிலும், மாலை 5:30 மணி முதல் 7:30 மணி வரையிலும் யோகா வகுப்புகள் நடைபெறுகிறது. உடனடி வேலை வாய்ப்பு 8 முதல் 10ஆம் வகுப்பு தேர்ச்சி பெற்றவர்களுக்கான யோகா, கராத்தே, குங்ஃபு, டேக்வாண்டோ, ஜிம் ஃபிட்னஸ், சிலம்பம் போன்ற அனைத்து படிப்பிற்கும் பள்ளி மற்றும் கல்லூரிகளில் யோகா ஆசிரியர் மற்றும் இதர சிறப்பு ஆசிரியர் பணிக்கு தமிழ்நாடு பிசிக்கல் எஜுகேஷன் அண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் யூனிவர்சிட்டி அங்கீகாரம் பெற்ற பதஞ்சலி காலேஜ் ஆஃப் யோகா அண்ட் ரிசர்ச் சென்டரில் டைரக்டர் ஆஃப் டிஸ்டன்ஸ் எஜுகேஷன் மூலமாக பயிற்சியும் நடைபெறுகிறது. தொடர்புக்கு பதஞ்சலி காலேஜ் ஆஃப் யோகா அண்ட் ரிசர்ச் சென்டர், யோகா ஃபார் ஆல், 404 BMC மார்க்கெட் திசையன்விளை. செல் நம்பர் 9578528686, 9578523636. இமெயில் patanjali college of yoga @gmail.com. Website www.patanjalicollegeofyoga.com.